titled Come With Me If You Want to Live. Can you guess that how I came up with these titles? And so the theme of this panel was broadly kind of speculative fiction and narratives in the public interest, with a very generous definition of that, because I think a lot of the development of future scenarios and designing for the future come out of an impulse to want to prepare for a greater good. And it's always interesting to see how states or institutions or kind of larger bodies that are responsible for many human beings think or don't think about the future. And our first speaker in this lineup is Elizabeth Angell, who I'm very excited to have as part of this. So please, we're gonna do some computer stuff.
I'm just gonna use the clicker, yeah.
I'll stand on this side, we'll be back.
Okay. Okay. All right, are we all good? Cool. I'm just going to start with that. All right, thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Angell. I'm Kitabe on Twitter. I am an anthropologist sometimes. So I'm used to talking about this stuff in an academic frame, but I'm going to try not to do that so much today, so please bear with me. And first, I just want to thank Ingrid for putting this together. It's really lovely to be able to come speak to such an interesting group of people about this work. So who here has ever been in a fire drill? Okay. Any earthquake drills? West Coast people? Tornadoes? Who's done an active shooter drill? Okay, oh wow, quite a lot of you. So that means everybody who just raised their hand, which is almost all of you, has participated, no matter how in small a way, in a scenario-based disaster exercise, which is what I want to talk about today. I think this crowd is probably familiar with the idea of scenario-based planning as sort of a mode of envisioning and constructing futures in order to enact or defy or otherwise deal with them. And so the exercises I want to talk about are basically embodied enactments of those kinds of scenarios. The genealogy of them primarily comes out of Cold War civil defense, sort of nuclear response drills, both from the small sort of school level things you see of children doing duck and cover to much larger scale military and government exercises. But they're now common in kind of a very wide range of fields and contexts and different kinds of scales. So I'm just going to start with a few examples before I move on to talk about the ones that I've studied in more detail. So this is an image from something called Cascadia Rising, which took place a year ago this week, I think, in the Pacific Northwest, involving state, local, and federal governments, as well as military agencies, tribal governments, et cetera, in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, as well as some cross-border collaboration with parallel exercises happening in British Columbia. And it was a simulation of what will happen if there is when there is a megaquake and tsunami on the Cascadia subduction zone. So it was a 4-day-long exercise, involved something, I think, more than 20,000 people. And there was a long plan sort of based on research. I think they actually just released a really interesting evaluation of it, which I have yet to finish reading. On the sort of other side of the scale, this is an image from an active shooter drill in a high school in Troy, Missouri. 2/3 of schools in the US do active shooter drills now. So many states since Sandy Hook have started requiring them by law. It is not always the case that, as they did in this particular example, that the high school drama department is enlisted to put on makeup and play mass shooting victims while the police raid their schools. But the active shooter training has become incredibly common in American workplaces and institutional settings over the last couple of years. Some of these take place in sort of fixed, long-term, stable landscapes. So this is an image from Disaster City, which is run by Texas A&M's Extension Service. And it's something like a 28-acre facility in Texas which I hope somebody will give me grant money to visit eventually, where they simulate everything from earthquakes, large structural fires, train crashes, car crashes, and first responders and others from all over the country come to this site to do these sorts of trainings in the landscapes that they've engineered for it. And a large number of local people and students, often from the university, play roles as sort of volunteer, victims or crisis actors, et cetera. And then this is from a really amazing photographic project that I urge you to check out called Simulating Iraq by Claire Beckett, who's a photographer. This is an image of Medina Wasl, I think is what it's called, which is a mock Iraqi village at the Army's National Training Center in Fort Irwin, California. And it's one of a number of these often quite large-scale structures that have been built for military training in this country to evoke or construct environments similar to those in Iraq and Afghanistan over the last 15 or so years. These are fascinating, disturbing in their own right. I know some people who work on them. If you want to talk more about them in the Q&A, I'd be delighted to discuss that. One thing that's particularly interesting to me about these is they're for the purpose of training military staff, but many of the people who come role play in them are actually Iraqi or Afghan translators and other people who worked with US forces in those countries and then became refugees on account of that work and now play the role of villagers or insurgents or bystanders in these exercises evoking those conflicts. And this is a mobile earthquake simulator. This is from my fieldwork in Turkey, and this is what I'm going to kind of move to talking about. But just as an example of these things that sometimes they are also portable things that move around to do, in this case, sort of education on how to duck and cover during an earthquake. It's another one, that's what they look like inside. And these are quite common in Japan and Turkey, but they're also coming to the US. For the first time, I've started seeing them pop up on the West Coast. None out here yet. So the way I want to sort of talk about this stuff, and I'm going to move now to talking particularly about the field work I did in Turkey, is through the medium of theater or performance. I'm drawing here on the work of Tracy Davis, who's a theater historian who's written a book about Cold War civil defense as sort of a form of theater. And I find this kind of a useful way of breaking down some of the things that seem to me to be going on in these exercises. So I'm going to focus now on earthquakes and on Turkey, but I think a lot of this stuff also applies to some of these other forms of scenario-based exercise that I just described. So the first is the cast. These are members of the Mahalle Afet Gönülleri, the Neighborhood Disaster Volunteers, which is an all-volunteer neighborhood-based search and rescue project in Istanbul and other Turkish cities. These are local firefighters and other first responders who are employees of the city. These are Mahalle Afet Gönülleri again. As you can see, some friends, children, other bystanders have joined. And these are members of GEA, which is a professional, all volunteer but highly professionalized search and rescue team that I trained with for a year during my field work. They're a nonprofit, and they deploy both within Turkey and internationally to respond to earthquakes, floods, and similar events. Second is the script, the scenario. So what you see here, I'm not going to take a lot of time reading it, but for people on the live screen, it's a text that says, on 11 November 2012 at 12:30, Istanbul was struck by a 7.2 magnitude earthquake, and goes on to detail the effects of that earthquake. This is the history of an earthquake that never happened. It's a scenario developed for this exercise that took place in November of 2012, on the day and at the time specified in the script, for members of this neighborhood disaster volunteers team, a number of local first responders and local government officials, and other observers in a neighborhood called Avcılar. And the way these are formed, I mean, some of them, they're sort of different sources in different contexts, but the script I'm talking about here is sort of based on the scenarios that have been produced for modeling future earthquakes in Istanbul. And here's sort of a flow chart from one of the studies of, you decide on a scenario earthquake, you model everything from the nature of the soils to the movement of the fault to drawing material from a census of buildings, mapping critical infrastructure, You can change it up by deciding what time of day it would be. The effects in the model will be different if you're talking about at night when people are at home in their beds or people are commuting at rush hour. And you feed these things often into these sort of large-scale computer models that, based on seismic microzonation, that then belch out stuff like this: number of dead people in Model C mapped across the city. And so these are used as sort of a starting point, these scenarios, for generating the scripts for training exercises. But all kinds of other information is often added in, sort of, speculative stuff based on the experience of the people writing the exercise, particular scenarios they want to sort of put people through to see how they respond, their memories of actual disaster responses in the past. And all of these things kind of, generate the scripts that are then used for the enactments. Oh, another source is also, this is just a different form of simulation, these physical models that are put on shaking tables. So you will construct a scale model of a building and then put it on this massive, this is the largest shaking table in the country, I think. Put it on there, shake it, see how it responds, look at how it crumbles, what deforms, how long it takes, and then put that back into these models. And I love this statement. This is from a major report on earthquakes in Istanbul that the Japanese International Cooperation Agency did, where it says, seismic microzonation is not the prophecy of future earthquakes, right? But of course it has sort of a prophetic effect, particularly when these maps and these sort of scenarios escape into public consciousness and popular media. They are treated as prophetic. They are treated as sort of models of a future that inevitably will come. They have all kinds of strange political and social and emotional effects. So next is the stage. And this is one of the things that I find particularly interesting about doing these kinds of things, because when you talk about scenario planning and imagine futures, it often feels very sort of amorphous and unconcrete, not embodied. But with these enactments, what happens is that they take place in sort of engineered physical landscapes that are meant to evoke those futures, that are meant to sort of stage and make possible the physical kind of experiences and responses you might have in them. So this is an example here of one of a set of buildings. I believe they were illegal. Often in Turkey, these are like illicitly built, fancy developments on the outskirts of the city where the municipality has come in and condemned them for being illicitly built. And so what they'll do is they'll sort of knock them halfway down and keep them there as a training facility for some time. For comparison purposes, this is the aftermath of the earthquake that struck Van in eastern Turkey in November of 2011. So these are real ruins. These were real houses that were inhabited by people. This is what happened after that 7.1 magnitude earthquake. And I include this to give you a sense of the sort of mimetic effect of these fake or engineered ruins, which in many ways do feel and look like the real ones, but are also missing certain important things, including sort of the ephemera of people's lives and belongings. And so you can experience quite a bit by working in them, but they're not the same as what's real. And this is another example of one in an actual neighborhood in Istanbul that was used for that 2012 exercise I was talking about. So the building has presumably been condemned for some reason or other. And again, they sort of knock it halfway down, use it for the exercise, and then it will be rebuilt as this neighborhood is redeveloped. And as an aside, this kind of feeds into all kinds of sort of urban redevelopment, urban renewal, neoliberal urban planning stuff that's going on in Istanbul more broadly. That's sort of the political context for some of this material. I'm not going to go into it now for lack of time, but I'd be happy to talk about it later. This is another one near the southern shore of the Marmara Sea, another group of half-built buildings then used to stage these effects. And they're meant to give people kind of a sense of what it's like to move through these ruinscapes, sort of an embodied, tactile ability, like what it feels like to put your feet on this unstable ground, what it is like to dodge pieces of sharp rebar. It's, a great deal of it is about kind of getting you physically acculturated to the security or sort of risk factors involved in moving through these kinds of spaces, but also just used to how they look and feel. And how to manipulate them. So lots of practicing of how to drill through concrete and cut rebar with hydraulic things and shore up an unstable building and find safe entrances. And practice all kinds of things within them as a group. which is another set of interiors. And I think this gives you a bit of a sense of what they're sort of viscerally like to be in this rubble. There are also props. So the baby doll that my colleague is holding in this picture was part of an exercise that taught us where people usually are found in semi-collapsed buildings based on sort of studies of past experienced members of the team and also studies of what happens when people flee collapsing buildings. So our instructors hid the baby dolls all around a sort of field of these different buildings and had us go search for them. So various forms of kind of like props, tools, makeups, other kinds of staging are used in addition to the sort of landscapes or building structures themselves. And then in the larger scale exercises, particularly the scenario-based enactments, they're often real people with makeups, not just makeup and who are kind of have their own scripts and roles to play. So it's not just a question of props, but you also have kind of a full-scale production. And then there's the audience. So some of these are much more private things, essentially for the participants, but a number of them, especially these sort of large urban exercises I'm talking about, are staged in public. And public bystanders, often the residents of these neighborhoods where the planning is taking place, people who are aware that they're living in an earthquake risk zone, form an important part of the audience for these kinds of spectacles. These are just some boys who were following around the firefighters in Angell. But this, for example, is one of the most interesting exercises I took part in. It was on August, I guess the night of August 16th to 17th in 2011 or 12, which is the anniversary of the major earthquake that struck Turkey in 1999 and killed probably somewhere on the scale of like 30,000 people. This was sort of on the outskirts of Istanbul near the Marmara Sea. And this earthquake in 99 is what sort of sets up the state of what I'm calling earthquake anticipation that I'm sort of trying to study through things like these exercises. So this was in a neighborhood called Şişli in central Istanbul. And what they did, they'd engineered ahead of time a bunch of these structures around the neighborhood with the cooperation of the local municipality. And then on the anniversary of the earthquake in 99, which struck at 3:02 in the morning, and this is also, incidentally, it was also during Ramadan that year, so it actually started with kind of a community iftar in the tents they'd set up for the response. People broke their fast, and then because it was Ramadan, like the whole neighborhood was up and awake and watching, we went into this multi-hour exercise scattered all around the neighborhood that sort of reenacted an earthquake similar to the one that had happened, I believe, like 12 or 13 years before. So it was almost like a memorial as well of the past as well as an evoking of a potential future. A number of residents of the neighborhood had been sort of deputized to play the role of injured people or victims, so they were put in certain locations throughout, given scripts of, you have such and such an injury, or you should respond in this way when they come to you. So they were both kind of participants, but also audience members. And then there were like large numbers of people who just came to watch this and engage in various ways with the people role-playing the scenario exercise. So finally, I just want to talk a bit about the experience of actually enacting this stuff as a participant. One of the things that happens with the search and rescue team I trained with, at your first major annual exercise, because they do sort of a 3-day large-scale exercise once or twice a year, every new member of the team is required to play a disaster victim. And this is seen as like a foundational important way of, it's both a bit of like a hazing practice, but it's also seen as kind of key to the work you do because it's supposed to, the phrase they use in Turkish is empati kurmak, to build empathy with the people that you'd be encountering and rescuing in these. So this photo, it's kind of hard to tell, but I'm actually buried in that concrete pipe under the ground. I was led into this field. We'd taken buses after being awoken from the tents we'd set up where we were staying. We're allowed to go to sleep for about an hour and then sort of woken up by alarms in the middle of the night to muster, driven an hour's distance to this field of ruins. And several people, myself included, were selected and led in the dark and buried or secreted in various parts of these things with different instructions. For example, I was told not to talk, and I had to wait silently until they figured out where I was. And then I was also told, because I happened to be a foreigner, to pretend not to speak Turkish. And so to sort of challenge the people who were then tasked with digging me out with like finding somebody who spoke English and sort of dealing with the role play of like, what if there is somebody who we can't talk to buried in these ruins? And this is sort of a phenomenon I noticed again and again, is the way that you're meant to both sort of inhabit the life of your future self as a person who might be responding to this, but also attempt to kind of develop some sort of empathy or sympathy with the victims. Here are some more examples from that particular exercise of the various things that we were doing. And one of the other things that's seen as really key to this is evoking the emotional and physical responses that you would experience in an actual disaster. So there's a very deliberate interruption of your sleep schedule. By the end of the 3 days of these, for these longer ones, you're exhausted and only semi-functional. And the idea is that you would need to be able to be functional to maintain safety practices, to do your work in contexts of sleep deprivation, not having had enough foods. They also kind of teach you, like, this is people grabbing a spot of rest during a brief relief break. But there's often a lot of like waking you up in the middle of the night or telling you you're gonna get a break and then suddenly you have to rush back. And there are also quite a lot of deliberate attempts to evoke the emotional experience of dealing with a disaster situation. So in this particular team, some of the people involved in it are actually involved in community theater and have some acting training. And they're often asked to play other kinds of roles. And you as a participant don't know this ahead of time. Again, the person who scripted the scenario and is sort of directing the exercise knows it. But for example, you might be sent to survey a building and look for the people lost inside, and all of a sudden somebody who you recognize because you see them at these like weekend trainings all over the time, but they're dressed differently. And you might not sort of like, know quite who they are at first, comes rushing up to you screaming, "My sister is inside that building, help me, help me, help me," and won't back away. And you have to kind of figure out how to clear a perimeter and separate this person and deal with the emotional response. In another case, one of the sort of injured people that we were supposed to be rescuing, another person was playing dead next to them, and she kept screaming like, my brother, is he okay? And this went on for, you're in there for a couple of hours while you rig up the system with ropes to get this person out on a stretcher. And they are, in this case, very effectively playing their role and screaming and crying. And it's staged, it's not real. And yet it starts to feel very real after a while. It was very interesting to kind of experience the ways in which you were sort of deliberately put through a ringer of something that you simultaneously knew was false and experienced sort of physically or emotionally as authentic. And the sort of the role of authenticity in this is interesting because often those sort of little scripted interactions or scenarios are based on real experiences that the members of the team have had in responding to real disasters over the years. So sometimes quite literally lifted from fact and turned into these enactments. But the effects these have are also unpredictable. One thing that's sort of odd to talk about is, they're fun quite frequently. They're stressful, but they also can be occasions for humor and play. They can be, as in perhaps the case of many of these active shooter drills, traumatizing, even as they're supposed to be giving you a sense of control over a traumatic possibility. They're spaces of potentiality, right? Because you always have the ability to go off script. And I think I've talked to people who study these in other contexts, and they often come up with stories about sort of humor and play and moments of silliness or sort of defiance of what you're actually supposed to be doing. And so what particularly interests me, and I think that's something that connects these kinds of things to other practices like live action role playing or historical reenactment, is that once you sort of start the ball rolling and you get all these people into it, it becomes its own social situation. And while these are essentially an attempt to enact a particular kind of threatening future in order to prepare for and govern that future, by evoking that sort of space of possibility, they also, I think, show the limitations of the scenario. They show the things that you can't plan for and can't expect. And since we were given sort of the context of thinking about the public interest for this panel, they also make me question, which public and in whose interest. The form of something like that active shooter drill and then an earthquake response exercise may be similar, but I think the political and social work they're doing is quite distinct and is worth thinking about sort of separately. And then I also, in terms of what these scenario, the thing I've been thinking about for like the last 2 days, essentially without ceasing as somebody who studies disaster, is the Grenfell Tower fire in London, which I think is a striking example of the limitations of scenario-based future planning, right? Because that building was designed, and what people were instructed to do was with the idea that a fire couldn't spread beyond a flat or a sort of small number of flats. So people were told to stay put. And clearly, for reasons that we can speculate about but don't know entirely, that scenario failed to be an accurate prediction of the future. So these are fascinating to talk about and study. They open up spaces of possibility, but I am also kind of troubled by the kinds of effects they are engineering and what we stop seeing. All right, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And our next speaker is going to be Ava Kofman.
Yeah, I think I'm going to set it. That's okay. And this goes forward. Hi. I'm a journalist who covers kind of the technology and culture of surveillance. And I'm going to talk about what I was most recently covering, which is a report on the future of policing that was released this year just a couple months ago by Taser. So as you probably know, Taser is the largest vendor of tasers, and it's also the largest vendor of body cameras now. And their 2017 report is a really interesting piece of, I'm just gonna go here so I can see it, corporate futurology, with the companies comparing themselves to both sci-fi and to startups, which are their own kind of sci-fi now. And this is obviously not super surprising since the company's ethos has long been inspired by Apple and Amazon and cinematic science fiction. Its Seattle headquarters are designed to be a mix of Star Wars, I'll go back, James Bond, Get Smart, and Star Trek. And they're complete with eye scanners and sliding doors lifted from Men in Black. And these are futuristic pods where they're like the next standing desk, I guess. You can do your work lying back. But what I'm really interested in is the main intellectual source code for the company, which has seemed to long be RoboCop and Minority Report. And I'm mostly going to talk about the former. And RoboCop, like Taser, tells a really interesting story, not just about policing, but about the fantasies we have about automation more generally. So just in case anyone hasn't seen the movie, RoboCop takes place in 2028 Detroit, so about 10 years from now, and a massive corporation has purchased the city's police department. One of its officers, Murphy, this is a good one. So that's Murphy, gets fatally shot on duty and dies, but because he signed his body over to the company in his employment contract, the company uses him to test a product that's part dead cop and part machine. They reanimate his body with weapons, predictive analytics, facial recognition, and the ability to record and transmit live video. RoboCop, as he's obviously called, is pitched as an opportunity to save on labor costs because he can do the job of dozens of officers, and he's also a proprietary algorithm. So he never strikes, sleeps, or uses more or less than the amount of lethal force prescribed, although that's up to debate. Taser is obviously not the only company to be inspired by this blockbuster, but it's been particularly vocal about its influence over the years, and its voice obviously has an outsized influence as the market leader for these products, which is why it's been my main area of interest, and I think it's especially important to talk about. Since at least 2010, Taser has made statements about how, quote, every cop will be RoboCop. And this year's law enforcement technology report quotes experts saying that, let me just go to the quotes. Quote, artificially intelligent policing will soon realize, quote, the fully futuristic dimension of RoboCop, where you essentially have someone wearing an exoskeleton linked to advanced artificial intelligence capabilities. This is a quote from the other point in the report. Or the Tom Cruise minority level of cognitive prediction, where patterns of individual behavior will become increasingly informative in revealing the probability that an individual will act in a particular fashion. So what they mean by this is the body camera footage they use to collect will not just be used to analyze what's already happened, but also to predict what might happen in the future. Predictive policing obviously isn't new, and it's probably not new to anyone in this room, but what actually is pretty new is, one, the fact that police officers using Taser cameras have been generating millions of hours of video footage. Two, Taser is getting into the business of making sense of this enormous archive by building an in-house AI team. And three, for the first time, departments are going to have the ability to use specific video data recorded by millions of law enforcement encounters to feed not just statistical predictions, but black-boxed deep learning systems. And here's what the Taser CEO, Rick Smith, told Police One, which is a trade magazine for law enforcement, about building out the AI team. And I think this quote is particularly revealing because they've kind of tried to move away from the RoboCop narrative when pressed on it. But this is basically a summary of the film. So he says, we've got all this law enforcement interaction with these videos, which is one of the richest treasure troves you could imagine for machine learning. So alarm bells going off. Imagine having one person in your agency who would watch every single one of your videos and remember everything they saw, and then be able to process that and give you insight into what crimes you could solve, what problems you could deal with. Now that's a little obviously further out, but based on what we're seeing in the artificial intelligence space, that could be within 5 to 7 years. So he's not just talking about gaining investigative leads from the past, but the ability to analyze interactions in real time, which might look something like this. So a jaywalking interaction in a major urban center could turn into an automatic law enforcement interaction if you're caught on a body camera. And the irony about all of these new capabilities is that body cameras were obviously originally pitched as a way of making civilians and police more transparent in their relations. And so a lot of privacy watchdogs and journalists, including myself, have been concerned and writing about the implications of turning every beat cop into a surveillance camera. But what I'm interested actually in talking about today are the labor implications that body cameras and AI tech have on cops themselves, who, like Murphy in RoboCop, often get overlooked as both the active agents and passive objects of this surveillance. So a smart body camera's surveillance powers are actually going to ironically affect the police as well. And I'm just going to outline some of the most obvious ways. First, they're going to give police officers who want to turn a blind eye to minor offenses less leeway to, especially if their supervisors review the footage. And this is assuming that police officers, want to turn a blind eye, which is its own discussion. But a study in Mesa found that officers wearing cameras issued almost 25% more citations than those not wearing them. And so this increases, what we've already seen, which is citation by taxation policing practices. Second, the camera footage is not just going to be used to accidentally sweep up civilian crimes and violations, it's also going to catch police on the job, subjecting them to workplace surveillance that could range from constant monitoring to audits for training, which might just be a neutral thing, but could go either way. And third, and relatedly, future versions of body cameras are not going to use biometric technologies like gait, face, and voice to monitor suspects and people. There are also several plans to use those same biometric technologies to monitor officers themselves. So one body camera vendor I interviewed actually told me about departments asking him whether their cameras that they were selling could use biometric behavior recognition to tell, quote, if an officer is kneeling, his heart rate, his location, the amount of time he used his taser for, and so on. And this is a pretty interesting, this is another law enforcement trade magazine, but Obviously this is always part marketing, part hype, part, future perfect planning. But there are plans, not just by Taser and this vendor I talked to, but by all sorts of companies to use biometrics, not just to survey other people, but to survey cops. And I think this is a quote about militarization of police equipment, not just to control the public, but to control the officers themselves with wearable situational awareness suits borrowed from military interventions abroad, as is usual. But increased workplace surveillance is just one part of this labor question. And the other thing I just want to talk about quickly is how automation is also going to transform the work of policing. So Taser often cites the statistic that police spend 2/3 of their day on paperwork. And they have this in all kinds of their literature. This is in the 2017 report that I've been looking at. And they've been betting that by building out programs to automatically redact faces to protect privacy, this is what they're calling kind of AI right now, to extract important information from videos, to be able to automatically caption objects that appear in images, and to detect emotions and faces, the process of filling out reports by hand is going to disappear from the world of policing. This is obviously the automation story that promises to make life easier, to eliminate drudge work, or as Taser put it to me in an interview, quote, to make officers more human. But of course, the biggest difference between RoboCop as Taser Cop and RoboCop as a movie is that the technology that works frictionlessly on screen is never as seamless in practice. In reality, automated paperwork, automated criminal identification, and automated force are only made possible by cops performing all sorts of new, hidden labor and odd jobs. So that could include captioning, correcting the errors of the machine, driving to hotspots to reinforce the accuracy of the system's already skewed feedback loops. As we already know, predictive policing only works if one believes, first, that crime is an objective phenomenon that could be mapped in the first place, but also if you believe in the objectivity of the inputs of the systems that predict crime and therefore act on those to reinforce them. So in other words, cops always need to serve as a kind of chaperone for these automated technologies. And I don't have really time to get into it today, but there's a really good anime called Psycho-Pass. And that's kind of what it's about. It's about police officers chaperoning kind of AI criminal machine minds. So just to put it another way, automation is going to be heavily supervised by the invisible labor of people, cops funded by taxpayer dollars propping up these private systems. And this has obviously been long the case with all kinds of startups and the technology companies that Taser really admires. So, we could talk about the artificial intelligence of something like Amazon's Mechanical Turk, or, Google's system of converting text for books. And it's likely for policing that automation is going to look less like the Mechanical Turk and more like, how it's looked for other middle-class professions, where certain types of knowledge and behavioral responses are going to be transformed in the guise of outsourcing whatever illusion of intelligence or smartness the department had in the first place into the company's proprietary software and machines. But what I think is different about Taser's narrative of assisted automation is that it doesn't matter that its products don't ultimately work and are lethal in some cases, which is the case with its stun guns, so long as people keep buying and subscribing to its services. If Amazon stops delivering toilet paper, we're going to stop using Amazon. But Taser's cameras might get smarter, but so far nothing's really going to happen if they don't stop police from killing Black Americans, since we don't prosecute police brutality the same way we, barely even audit Amazon. So to put it another way, the company's latest bid to actually build effective AI, and this of course begs the question, effective for whom, is less important than the fantasy of the precise, real-time, smart, quotes, policing that it can sell as a marketing tool. And this isn't just kind of in the future. I just wanted to point out quickly that chasing after the aesthetic of policing like a RoboCop already has bled into the tactics and strategies of how we objectify the variable called crime. If all decisions made by police are being rerouted through computers, associating patterns based on correlation, we're already seeing a corresponding shift in the burden of evidence for crimes from causation to probability. And this has been going on for a long time. And just as in RoboCop, we're going to end out with even further hollowed out departments. designed around what tech companies can deliver them. So I think my friend Rob put this really well in a tweet when we were talking about this. He just wrote, Taser's goal seems to be to sell departments on a definition of crime that corresponds to what they can datify from their footage archive. And I really like this image. It's of a retina scanner at Taser's headquarters. They rebranded as Axon, by the way, which is a brilliant marketing move. And obviously, you don't need iris scanners to just walk through random doors at like a normal company. The whole point is that it's about the substance, the aesthetic of futuristic feeling, and not about the content of the future that might be depicted in, a movie like Men in Black or Minority Report. And so just to close, I guess I don't think it's an accident that Taser and other policing companies are drawing on some of the most circulated, this is their closing slide, representations of policing as seductive corporate blueprints. And when I was first putting this together, I was kind of like, oh, I'm bringing in all of these really familiar and cliched representations. But I actually think that the fact that they're so popular is really important, because these films have created an immediately legible visual grammar and therefore have successfully set the stage for people to turn their respective visions into realities. I'm really interested in maybe talking more later about how films like Minority Report and RoboCop are constructed in such a way that they can be interpreted as neoliberal nightmares by a large segment of the population, on the one hand, and as visionary inspirations and models and blueprints by policing experts and tech CEOs on the other. I don't have an answer to this question, but I just wanted to close by asking why and how these dystopic films lend themselves to such a multitude of readings and misreadings and perversions. Or to put it differently, how did a film that warned us of wrongs exactly 30 years ago get things so right?
Thank you so much, Eva. So our final talk for this session is from Farai Chideya. So you want to hold or?
Yeah, for your purposes, is it better if I stand or sit? I'm totally open.
It's whatever's your most comfortable in, right?
Stand,
And
okay,
to all the
great.
cameras.
Okay, great.
He knows the answer.
This over for a second. Sorry.
Are these yours?
Nope, but that's okay.
Oh, those are not your slides.
So I'm excited to be here. I am Farai Chideya. My Twitter handle is @Farai. I'm primarily a journalist, but I'm doing research now at Harvard on media and diversity, and I'm becoming an MIT Media Lab fellow. And one of the projects I'm going to be working on is ways of modeling the future of politics and civil society through science fiction. So I wanted to talk about dominance today because I think that one of the fault lines I see both in politics and in science and speculative fiction is the debate over whether humans, or in some stories, human-like entities, are more driven by dominance or more driven by a quest for equality. And I think that that's a very open question in these days, and there's the world can feel very unsafe, and science and speculative fiction can become a safe space to really discuss dominance frankly. So I'm just going to read a little bit of this. This is from Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower. All struggles are essentially power struggles. Who will rule? Who will lead? Who will define, refine, confine, design? Who will dominate? All struggles are essentially power struggles, and most are no more intellectual than two rams knocking their heads together. You kind of got to love that. And this was me on election night doing stuff for ABC Digital. I do a ton of political reporting. And one of the things that I think was vastly undercovered compared to, admittedly, this was a three-ring circle of nonsense. It was like, chimpanzees on unicycles juggling fire. But that said, there was massive voter suppression in North Carolina, which recently the Supreme Court, there was a legal ruling that said, you guys are in violation of voting rights. And then there was a challenge, and the Supreme Court declined to hear the challenge, meaning that the the law is or the existing structure of racial gerrymandering and racial voter suppression is theoretically blocked, but North Carolina legislators pretty much don't care, and they're just trying to find ways around this. So we live in a society where we started out with a conflict between dominance and equality in the very statement, all men are created equal, for a country that agreed to have slave ownership be, the default, and that women couldn't vote, and Native Americans and lots of other people. So I didn't realize how long it took for many Native Americans to be able to vote. So we have a very fraught history where we have dominance of gender, dominance by race, dominance by wealth. White land and owning males were the first group who were enfranchised. So being white alone was not enough. And so one of the things that kept me sane during the election, or sane-ish, was science fiction. And recently, after the election, I read The Left Hand of Darkness, a seminal text by Ursula Le Guin. And I came across this quote: "No, I don't mean love when I say patriotism, I mean fear. The fear of the other and its expressions are political, not poetical: hate, rivalry, aggression." And I think that sums up one brand of patriotism in contemporary society. Donald Trump, I did extensive reporting on voter demographics and some on voter motivation, and what we know now is that xenophobia and racism were the largest motivators ahead of economic anxiety. And it's similar to Brexit in a way, where Brexit was very much about keeping a British or an English culture, not even a British culture, which is seen as more of the kind of inherent colonialism and hybridity, but an English culture in a country with more and more immigrants and more diversity. If you look at Le Pen in France, if you look at Hungary, I mean, there's these questions in places ranging from fairly economically stressed to fairly, comfortable about what is our identity, and that is one field where dominance is really being played out. But I think that in America we have a patriotism of fear, and this kind of sums it up, and a patriotism of love, a patriotism that says, we are the torch, of the Statue of Liberty, that we are Ellis Island, and a patriotism of fear that says Mexicans are rapists, and on and on and on and on. And so one way to understand politics, and it's played out in a lot of science and speculative fiction as well as our contemporary politics, is not between people who hate and people who love. It's patriotism or loyalty filtered through fear and anxiety, or filtered through an openness. And The Left Hand of Darkness has some really interesting gender politics, because the beings on this world are asexual or dually sexed most of the time, androgynous, and then they sort of go into heat and could become either masculinized or feminized to father or mother a child. And so there's this long discourse through the eyes of a narrator who is a human male on what does gender mean? And so race is obviously something that comes to the fore a lot, but gender is just as much a place, if not more in some ways, where dominance is played out on a day-to-day basis. And you think of the recent shooting of the House Minority Whip, and the person who was the shooter also had a history of domestic and family violence, which is something that a lot of these shooters have. So dominance plays out in many ways, sometimes simultaneously. Also, my friend Dan wrote a Venus Shrugged, and this is something that he marked up during and after the election season, just sort of saying that what Trump said about Clinton was liar. What he said about himself, I'm going to build a wall, yay, racism and sexism, drain the swamp. What Clinton said about Trump was, commercials of him saying mean stuff. What she said about herself, and I thought this was fairly damning, and it's his analysis, but I agree with a lot of it. Question mark, question mark, question mark, children and families, policy ideas. And, what it strikes me is that Trump mastered the patriotism of fear, Clinton did not master the patriotism of love in the same way that President Obama did. You can talk about whether either of those visions of patriotism was complete, but Clinton was kind of like, okay, we're going to love each other, and here's a list of policy proposals, but she didn't have, in my mind, the personal charisma on the stump or the clarity of message or the fulfill the needs for sort of a transformative dialogue in the way that Obama did. And here's another Butler, just sort of getting granular about the ways that speculative fiction can address contemporary social issues, even though obviously this was written quite some time ago now. No one thought about what kind of society we were building with such stupid decisions. People who could afford to educate their children in private schools were glad to see the government finally stop wasting their tax money educating other people's children. They seemed to think they lived on Mars. They imagined that a country filled with poor, uneducated, unemployable people somehow wouldn't hurt them. And so that's sort of troubling the question of the politics of love. It's like, well, you know, if people believe that other people are disposable, can you have a politics of love? And this is in a speculative fiction context, but it could have been said about any number of things going on today, including the education secretary we have. This tweet really sparked my imagination. So following the shooting, which is horrible, of, you know, the House Majority Whip, so is there an appropriate time to mention a congressman who once called himself David Duke without the baggage was saved by 2 black cops? And in fact, one of those black cops is a married lesbian. And so you have, to me, in this whole shooting, a multi-layered tragedy and exploration of American identity, where you have a guy who has spoken to a group that was started by David Duke and who brags of sort of being David Duke light, and who is anti-LGBTQ rights, is shot by someone who views himself as a liberal, although I would dispute that once you read more about this guy. But, you know, whatever. I mean, it was politically motivated violence, but the 2 people who come to the rescue and both got injured, and there were more people who came to the rescue, but the 2 primary people are both African American and one is lesbian. And it's like that, I think, lets us know about how narratives of loyalty play out. You know, of course these officers were loyal to their job, and I'm sure they were also loyal to the idea of saving an American, and they wouldn't have been any less willing to save him if they knew more about his background. But the idea that people can still brag, people in office can still brag about being white nationalists, to me, just shows that we have some serious work to do. And so I love Cory Doctorow's new novel, Walk Away, which also gets to what is a kind of post-dystopian model for science and speculative fiction. And he wrote a piece for Wired where he said, that whispering voice is the background hum of a society where my gain is your loss and everything I have is something you don't. A world where material abundance is perverted by ungainly and unstable wealth distribution, so everyone has to worry about coming up short. Recall that half the seats on many of the Titanic's lifeboats were empty. Some toxic combination of panic and uncooperativeness drove those who made it to safety to leave those benches half filled, even as more than 1,500 passengers drowned around them. And his novel really gets to questions of dominance and false scarcity. He's positing in his book a world where fabricators and other techniques have removed material scarcity, but there's a moral scarcity, an emotional scarcity, and there's still the use of wealth in punitive and kind of self-aggrandizing ways. So even in a world where there could be theoretical abundance, there will still be a question of dominance. I really think that his novel gets into that. And it's not a dystopian, although there's a lot of violence and a lot of great sex scenes, which also get to, I think, questions of dominance. You know, questions of dominance play out in the government, they play out in science and speculative fiction, and they play out in the bedroom. And the bedroom, depending on who you are and what you choose, as well as what is imposed on you, can be a place where dominance is threat or dominance is play. And in Corey's book, there's a scene where there's all this continual consent, like it's a super hot and heavy sex scene, but it's like, can I do this? Yes, you can. Can I do this? Go for it, And it's like this whole idea of being playful about consent in a very powerful way. And so I think that in some ways, to me, what science and speculative fiction do is allow for playful dominance and playful consent. And that takes place within the construct of fiction, which is this generative and imaginative space where things can be modeled. And the Atlantic Council's Future Warfare Project is an inspiration for my work in looking at political modeling through science fiction. Oh, it's also Corey's book contains, this was me at Standing Rock, and it contains these super harsh cold weather scenes that reminded me of that, but that's kind of a digression. And so just to get back to what I was saying about science fiction as a space where you can do dominance play in a safe way and then hopefully come to some conclusions about what kind of society you want. Le Guin says, the artist whose medium is fiction does this in words. The novelist says in words what cannot be said in words. And so the idea of saying in words what cannot be said in words speaks to the emotional resonances. Like world building is essential in science and speculative fiction, but if there's transcendence in the words, if there's an ability to transcend the page and get into our minds and how we think about the structures of society, how we think of questions of the body politic, dominance, gender, race, that's really, in many ways, what, to me, makes science and speculative fiction so important to our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we have about 15 minutes for sort of Q&A and discussion, and if the panelists would mind coming back up to be available to answer questions on these chairs. I know being on the chair is always it's a thing, but it's like, okay. So we have 2 microphones, and then there's one that will be able to travel around the room. So I guess if anyone has questions, we can start with your, yes, Ruha.
Hi there, thank you all for those fantastic presentations. I want to use as a jumping off point something that Elizabeth said towards the end of her talk, which was that, through those scripted interactions, there were often points where it started to feel real. And that got me thinking about the common thread that you all sort of shared as so well curated by the organizers, rehearsing disaster, playing with dominance, etc. So if any of you or all of you want to just think out loud about what it would mean to rehearse the opposite of disaster, so that rehearsing our desired futures, or playing not only with dominance, but with a kind of radical reciprocity. I think we are often in the position of reacting to dystopias, and so we want to intervene in all the ways that we can, and often don't give as much space to not reacting, but actually creating from our sort of idealized or hoped for futures, and what would it look like for that to be the starting point?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just briefly say that I think that both in the political space and in science and speculative fiction, you have to start with a presumption. If you're going to do things that are not, for example, dystopian, you have to start with a presumption that there's a market for that, even if it's only you. Like, even if you're writing for yourself, or if you're, doing community work and you don't care if it catches on. But I think that there's something, I've been doing a lot of informal studying of neuropsychology, and there's a reason why dystopias sell and why negative narratives sell, which is that's what our brain is wired for. It's like, like you didn't get rewarded on the veldt for looking at the moon. You got rewarded for running your ass off when there was a predator coming your way. And so we just have a lot of internal baggage, and in some ways that's what I find really interesting is when characters in science and speculative fiction struggle with that programming that leads us towards the negative, because I don't want to just read about somebody skipping through the fields or even skipping through a war zone like, I'm going to make it. It's like, well, you know, how do you get over being scared? And I think that that's a very fertile space. It's like, how do you get over being scared of freedom? Because freedom is not free. Freedom comes with a cost for expressing it in a society that's not entirely free.
Maybe to kind of give a sort of very literal answer to what you were talking about in the spaces of those kind of disaster simulations. In a way, what you're doing there is you're enacting kind of a disaster in order to sort of see the utopian side of it, like fantasies of rescue and control and competence. And often these things are actually about building a sort of positive sense of what you can do in those future moments. People sometimes find them very reassuring. And I'm mindful thinking of that connection of something that happens over and over again when disasters occur and like we react to them as mediated phenomenon that also relates to the popularity of dystopian fiction, which is the idea that somehow like in disasters people turn on one another, right? That it's sort of nature read into a thin claw, narratives about looting and rioting and violence, which actually turn out, based on like a century plus of really good social science and other data, to be completely false. In disaster situations, by and large, the rule is that people are good to one another. They show solidarity, they show mutual aid, they rescue their neighbors. Some of these examples come specifically out of projects based on the fact that so many people in the 1999 disaster were rescued by their sort of friends and neighbors rather than waiting for professionalized kind of people to come. So in a weird way, I think these are also fantasies of positive futures or ways of training yourself to be ready to respond in positive ways in difficult situations. And there's interesting parallels there to kind of various forms of political action that I find. During the Gezi Park protests, which sort of was the other bookend of my fieldwork, many people there talked about that space as reminding them of the kinds of social response and sharing they saw after the 99 disaster. I'm still not sure what kind of sense I want to make of that comparison, but it fascinates me.
Thank you so much for your question. I think that prison abolition is one of the most exciting kind of speculative projects and science fiction that, a lot of people are thinking about, but I was thinking when putting together this talk, like, why isn't there a really good movie about prison abolition that's like a best-selling kind of blockbuster? And I think what you're kind of pointing to in the kind of psychology realm maybe partly explains that. But there's definitely a lot of great narrative writing happening around that. Octavia's Brood is a really good collection imagining a world without prisons, without police, without capitalism. But where's the Minority Report of that? Or how do we make that is interesting.
I had a question for you, actually. When you were talking about describing how some of the scenario planning in those situations involved citizens and had them play certain roles in enacting those situations, I was wondering if there was anything that was built into that setting that provided support, either to the people participating in the training or to the citizens that were participating that may have been through it before. So was there anything that addressed trauma for the citizens, either in having those scenarios taking place in urban settings? Like you say, you had an audience where, like, sometimes they took place in neighborhoods, and sometimes it involved people. So was there anything that addressed support for those involved and for citizens that may have had to relive or consider their lives in that way? Because it's traumatic to see people in makeup. It might be makeup, but I imagine that it causes some distress.
That's a good question. The answer is partly it varies, and then also partly I don't know, because some of these were situations where I had like an established relationship with an organization and knew a lot about how they did stuff and what they were doing, and others were things I found out about and sort of showed up to, and myself was sort of a bystander on the outskirts of. In most of these cases, I think everyone is a volunteer. They've consented to participate in this. the people who are role playing. And in the ones I'm more familiar with, often they're actually members of the organizations, if not direct sort of first responder trainees themselves. So, but I think what's really interesting to me about these ones that are held in sort of urban settings, in very public contexts, is the fact that, I mean, in a way, you can't kind of get consent from all bystanders, from all members of the audience. I think these organizations here, the more grassroots ones, tend to be fairly conscientious about like letting people know it's a simulation and kind of attempting to use it as an educational opportunity, answer their questions. But especially for some of the younger kids, yeah, I wonder how it affects them. At one of these, a couple of kids came up to me while I was taking photographs nearby and said in Turkish, like, "Sister, is this for real?" And so, yeah, it's a good question. I don't know.
Hi. I'd like each of you to talk a little bit about how effective the thing that you've brought forward is in doing what they're trying to do and in making the world a better place.
Well, I don't think I posited any one thing that would make the world a better place, but what I think would help is to follow the thread that Cory Doctorow was talking about and look at worlds that are divided but not necessarily dystopian. I think that we live in a world that has elements of dystopia and certainly not utopia, but lots of joy as well. In fact, I was listening to a podcast featuring this undocumented Mexican-American comedian named Yosemar Reyes, and he said something that I loved, which was that he's tired of every narrative about undocumented people being like people who are broken down and oppressed. He's like, there's undocumented joy. You know, we actually have fun. We enjoy our lives. We have music. We have parties. And I think that again, it's understandable neuropsychologically why we trend towards the dystopian. But I do think that just to talk about the joy is in the struggle, you know, that was a phrase that was common during the civil rights era. The joy is in the struggle, and why not have that be part of more contemporary science and speculative fiction?
This might be an avoiding answer to your question, but I think one thing that's tricky about technology reporting is you get stuck in this framework of, oh, if it only worked better, then we would want it. And so we can take an example of something like the taser gun. Oh, if the taser is only, shot a certain amount of volts at a certain amount of person, and it was the right person and the right moment, in that ideal situation, we would want taser guns to be used. But what if we don't want taser guns at all, or what if we don't want body cameras at all? So the effectiveness paradigm can sometimes end up making reporting on these technologies a question of accuracy rather than a question of structure or power.
I would say, are they effective? Generally, yes, and there's some kind of good data showing that even just on a mental kind of level, rehearsing the idea of what you would do in an emergency situation increases the likelihood that you'll be able to kind of respond, as opposed to like panicking or freezing up or something. But obviously, the ends of these are very different. The actors are very different. So I think what these neighborhood and all volunteer teams are doing to get a city of 15 plus million people, 70% of whom live in unsafe buildings, ready to respond to that inevitable catastrophe is a good thing. I feel very differently about the norm of actor shooter drills, and even more differently about the National Training Center and these sort of fake villages it builds to make our war machine more efficient. So I do think they worked, but they worked to very different ends.
Hi, thank you for these talks. This was great. So my question is on its face is for Elizabeth, but can definitely be generalized up to speculative fiction in general. I'm wondering what the intended location is of this instruction in these disaster enactments. Are they intended to give individuals agency, or are they intended to operate in a more like social and group-based level in giving the tools of social sense making to like larger, more constitutive groups? And I guess I'm wondering, like, when we talk about a public, what constitutes a public? Is it an individual, or are these stories that are meant to be shared between larger groups?
In a lot of cases, I think they're actually oriented towards institutions, the official ones, right? The kind of government-sponsored ones. A number of them are, there's kind of, I guess, a spectrum of who they're addressing and how. So one of those groups, they train themselves as a team, so as a sort of like selected group of people working collaboratively together, but not sort of, but who are, you see themselves as specialists. But they also do, in addition to this kind of work, a lot of public education of people in the communities where they live around kind of, how to prepare for and respond to disasters. So in that sense, they're addressing kind of local communities and a broader public. So, I mean, yes, these are geared towards giving you kind of individual skills and capacities and awarenesses, but those are most often meant to be exercised in collaborative forms, right? Like very little of it is about just how to, aside from the most basic like duck, cover, and hold on, is about you as an individual. A lot of it is about envisioning how you will interact not just with other people, but also with landscapes and kind of non-human participants in the disaster and setting, and having you kind of rehearse that in your head.
I think we have time for one more question. All right, this one's right next to me.
So going back to Ruha's question, and also something we got to hear about last night, Gatecrashers, a comic book. Frederick Jameson talks about how the emergence of utopias is never far. Like, apocalypse and utopia kind of go together. Heaven and hell kind of go together. And I think what Gatecrashers illustrated last night, this fabulous comic book, is that, there's always competing worldings. There's always sort of different worlds and different utopian visions kind of fighting tooth and nail with each other in the world. And it kind of relates to your talk. It's kind of like, butting heads and dominance. And I guess, the question becomes, how do we deal, in this field of constantly shifting power, how do we imagine these futures, and how do we contend with the fact that our utopias might be other people's hells?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You talk. You ended with like, what if our utopia is someone else's hell? And it reminds me of these friends of mine who are an amazing couple who sailed around the world with their kids for 4 years on a boat that they'd made themselves. And when they started, their kids were 7 and 14, and their daughter, who was, getting ready to go from middle school to high school, said, "Your dream is my nightmare," because she didn't want to go on this trip. And of course, she got a lot out of it, but she was not on board. She didn't co-sign, and they were just like, whatever, get on the boat. And so I think that it's also about imagining resilience, emotional resilience, like, what happens when you don't get your way? Do you try to understand why you didn't get your way? Do you go on the attack? What happens if you go on the attack and you lose? And I think that all of these things can be modeled in science and speculative fiction, and also just through history. I think that we're a remarkably amnesiac society. We just don't know history, and we don't know. I personally believe that the word revolution is best applied to the cycles in the world, where we have cycles of relative equanimity and equality, and cycles of dominance and coercion. And so I don't think that either side is a permanent state, because that's the way humans are. I hope that we change, but for now, I'm also interested in the resilience. So what if one side is winning and the other is losing? The people who are winning should assume one day they'll lose, and vice versa.
Yeah, just to go back to the kind of productive ambiguity of a movie like Minority Report or RoboCop, or I think A Scanner Darkly as well. I mean, I was just kind of thinking as you were talking, it seems like one of the reasons these films have caught on so much is that they've taken the policeman figure and made him the kind of object of surveillance, or the system that he thought he was using and worked well, and he becomes kind of trapped in it, whether it's RoboCop being trapped in the machine, or A Scanner Darkly is about a man who ends up surveying himself and, getting split by that, being an undercover agent following himself, or the kind of, good cop in Minority Report, turning into the suspect. And it seems like maybe part of those films are working in a way in which your sympathies are kind of like police are able to see these films as good advertising, and we're able to see it as dystopias, but there's something kind of weirder happening in the middle there with these protagonists. Taser's motto is protect life, period, protect truth, period. And that too seems to be a kind of double-edged pronouncement. It's kind of oracular and can kind of mean what they want it to, depending on the situation. So also going back to what you were saying about which kind of publics these things are addressing, it seems like these technologies or these films or these, advertising statements are kind of designed in these really, really clever, slippery ways. And I don't know if this is intentional or unintentional, but you can kind of read into them what you want to see in the world or what you think that they're bringing to the world.
I will answer very quickly with a book recommendation, for one that I think most of the people in this room have probably already read, since I didn't get a chance to talk about speculative fiction at all in my actual talk, is N.K. Jemison's In Progress Broken Earth trilogy. So the first book is The Fifth Season, the second is The Obelisk Gate, the third I am desperately awaiting for because I find myself unable to write about it until it ends.
Can you say it again?
N.K. Jemison's Broken Earth trilogy, which is first of all, like really fabulous geological science fiction fantasy, so like earthquakes and are very kind of significant and important. But what it's about, it's a post-apocalyptic novel that is in which the apocalypse is actually a slave rebellion or is triggered by a slave rebellion. And I think it is sort of a much better answer to what you were trying to ask than I could ever give. So read it.
Yeah.
All of you should read it.
Yes, I co-sign.
Oh man, thank you all so much for being such excellent panelists, and all of you for having such very, very good questions. I think we're gonna take a break from here, and we're 5 minutes behind, so I guess at 2:50, please, we'll corral, but also reconvene. But if you wanna keep talking, eat more snacks, have some more coffee, do whatever, it's great. Okay. So cool. Thanks for all coming back. Lovely to have you. So this second panel is titled, does anybody have a good Jeff Goldblum impression on them, actually? Because I feel like you can't say life finds a way without doing the Jurassic Park thing, which, yeah, life finds a way, and something like that. I don't know. It's not my primary skill set. In any case, this panel is 3 talks that are around subject matter kind of related to what I thought was kind of a relevant thread in these was kind of the embodiments of futures in different forms and some of the tensions between the ways in which kind of future worlds are and future kind of like lives are constructed in both kind of very like clinical, technical visions and also sort of the visceral embodied kind of like realities of that. And our first speaker is Ruha Benjamin. Thank you so much.
So thank you to the organizers, Data and Society, everyone behind the scenes, getting us together today. It's really my pleasure and privilege to be here. So the title of my comments are Designer and Discarded Genomes. Beauty, health, fitness, IQ. These are not static universals, but lively battlegrounds. Routinely violent, casually eugenic, and euphemistically wrapped in a moral prophylactic, human betterment. But better for whom, we rarely ask. In this presentation, I experiment with the genre of ethnographic field notes, presenting a factual entry from an ongoing project on the social dimensions of genetic engineering alongside 2 fictional entries that take the reader 200 years into the past and 200 years into the future in order to explore the antecedents and implications of the current era of genetic engineering. Each note is necessarily partial with multiple possible beginnings and endings, and you'll only hear one today. Taking the sociological imagination seriously, this exercise employs speculative methods to explore the relationality of innovation and containment, asking who and what is fixed in place, corralled, and coerced so others are free to innovate the future. More to the point, in the process of designing ideal genomes, what versions of humanity are potentially discarded? So to begin, Field Note Excerpt 1, by invitation only. Harvard Medical School, Boston, Massachusetts, May 10th, 2016. Anticipation was in the air, old friends, new acquaintances, and profitable collaborations. History is being made, said one speaker after another. History and synthetic genomes. I didn't realize until sitting at the airport on my way to Boston that this was intended to be a closed session. The organizers asked participants not to contact any media outlets or tweet about the meeting. We intentionally did not invite the media because we want everyone to speak freely and candidly without concerns about being misquoted or misinterpreted as discussions evolve. In response, synthetic biologist Drew Endy tweeted, "If you need secrecy to discuss your proposed research, you are doing something wrong." Originally, the meeting was called the Human Genome Project 2, a successor to the first initiative that culminated in the early 2000s with a map of humanity's genetic blueprint. But in response to criticism, the HGP2 organizers rebranded the current initiative, Human Genome Project Right. They were moving beyond reading what is to composing what should be. Designer DNA, couture cells, Prada proteins, must-have mitochondria. One of the first pilot projects to come out of HGP Right raised quite a bit of discussion. A team of researchers were working to synthesize a prototropic human that can produce all needed amino acids so there would be no need to eat. I hear someone next to me whisper to their neighbor, "But what if I like to eat?" The researcher at the front of the room continues, "We've been experimenting with nutrition and food since the Old Testament. What's the big deal?" he implies. The entire project is framed in the context of global food scarcity, but several of those in attendance politely object. I would venture to guess people suffering from malnutrition are not looking to synthetic genomes. Another person exclaimed, "I urge everyone to think very hard about the problems you're trying to solve, like feeding the world. There's enough food, it's just not well enough distributed. Think hard about whether a technological solution is even necessary." The presentations continue. Technological fixes for social problems, where fixing is not only about solving, but also holding some things in place. A schedule change is announced, the addition of a last-minute lunch panel focused on ethics. It's unacceptable that there's only one panel on ethics at the end of the day, some influential person must have told the organizers. I'm used to it by now. The ethics panel at the very end of the schedule. It usually runs over on the last page of the program, standing between exhausted and hungry meeting-goers and a fancy reception. But not this time. Now, we also have a last-minute lunch panel. And unlike all the other sessions where pins can be heard dropping, the ethics are hard to hear. Between bags of chips popping open and sandwich wrappers peeling apart, 3 panelists addressed the relevance of what one participant referred to as sexy eugenic topics for HGP Right. Among the many ethical issues on the table, the tension between underreporting research and over-promising breakthroughs to the public was of great concern to those deeply invested in the initiative. What, after all, is the perfect amount of information to generate support without frightening people? Surely we shouldn't mention prototropic humans right off the bat, someone in the second row chimed in. Even I'm freaked out by that. Then there was the ethics panelist who described his company's effort to grow therapeutic human cells in pigs. Will pigs have human feelings? An audience member asked to nervous laughter. If this meeting was in Europe, you'd have protesters at the building entrance, said a man standing in the back. And finally, the question of who is and should be captaining this ship was asked again and again. Field note excerpt 2. Middle passage mitochondria, the Voyager, somewhere between the door of no return and the New World, May 10th, 1816. "Who's captaining this ship?" whispered the woman crammed next to me. She was the only one I knew, another Mende from a neighboring village. A voice not far away was singing in a language I didn't understand. She was trying to soothe the shivering boy curled next to her. But mostly there was silence and the murmurs of those who were trying to make sense of where we are. In several dialects, I understood the words aliens, catastrophe, abduction, and jump. All of us packed so tightly. Lying on my back, I could not bend my knees without bumping the slab of wood holding the person above me. Finally, it's time to go above deck for the afternoon meal. But most of my companions refused to eat, the daily ration of horse beans. A man with leathery skin and a limp threatens us with his cat, a multi-tailed whip interwoven with wire that smells of dried blood. After a few dozen lashes, a few slowly open their mouths and take the ration. But most of us absorb the sting, squeezing one another's hands in stubborn refusal. We have extra time on deck today. The smell from below had finally grown so strong that the captain ordered the crew to fumigate, scrub, and rinse. Pouring vinegar on the floors and smoking the cargo area with tobacco, they eased the stench of excrement and urine and tried to dissolve the dried filth of vomit, blood, and mucus. Meanwhile, the one trying to feed us turned from frustrated to furious. He stormed toward the front of the ship and came back with a hideous contraption to force our mouths open. One by one, he poured spoonfuls down our throats. We could hear the captain shouting, "Don't choke the bloody devils! We need them alive." Finally, it was my turn. As he forced my lips open and struck the back of my throat with the wooden lever, I could feel the nasty beans roll over my tongue. When I started to cough it back up, I could feel his foul breath on my neck as he growled, "It's too bad we can't breed you fucking heathens without mouths. Would make my job a whole lot easier." Just then, I felt the chain around my ankle yank and caught the eye of the Mende woman on the end of the line. In seconds, we all made it overboard. And hovering over the restless sea, I looked back at the alien ship one last time before we flew away. Field Note Excerpt 3, Restricted Access, Foodie Colony M4E5T8, Island in the South Pacific, May 10th, 2216. As the aero train pulled out of the station, the captain reminded everyone to strap in. The trip to the colony was shorter than I expected. The Transportation Authority warnings always made it seem as if it were another planet and that the foodies were a different species. But when we pulled up along the shore, close enough to see the inhabitants, excited chatter turned to shock as everyone realized that the stories we grew up with, foodies with protruding jaws and bloated bellies whose babies hung from their mother's breasts like monkeys, were flat-out lies. The figures staring back at us from the island did not seem alien. Most looked just like protees, the vast majority of us who are genetically edited to self-sustain. As the Earth entered a period that our ancestors dubbed the Anthropocene, and the ecosystem began to collapse as a result of human gluttony, food supplies could no longer sustain the growing population. But initial breakthroughs stalled, and dozens of failed clinical trials on 4 continents failed to produce a viable protein genome. It was 3 generations before researchers were able to figure out the exact synthesis. Colony M4E5T8 is one of 9, filled with the children and grandchildren of those failed trials. The public, as it turns out, is hungry to learn more about the foodies, which is where my research comes in. While I wait for my team to arrive in a few days, I'll set up the interview schedule and other logistics with the colony administrators. After I walk from the aero train to the guest quarters, I look over my notes. To keep things simple, I group the respondents: breastfeeders, children, teenagers, and all other adults. I'll decide whether to disaggregate after the first round of pilot interviews. I've already configured the coding software using the themes outlined in my proposal: nursing and attachment in small children, food preparation and gender roles, hospitality and religious customs, diet and self-image, generational exchanges and family traditions. We'll incorporate other forms of foodie sociality as they arise, grounded theory and all that. Just as I sat down in the corner of the dining hall to observe the first meal, I was startled by a child with a crown of fluffy brown hair and sticky hands grabbing my fingers, saying, "You're new. Come on, you can sit with me." Postscript. Producing speculative field notes as a methodological exercise is a way to fashion possible futures and probable pasts, enabling analysts to critically reflect on the present. In experimenting with the line between fact and fiction, we can begin to question the assumption of inevitability that surrounds technological development. In disparities or another video of police brutality, demanding empirical evidence of systematic wrongdoing can have a kind of perverse quality, as if subjugated people must petition again and again for admission into the category human, for which empathy is rationed and applications are routinely denied. In this context, novel fictions that reimagine and rework all that is taken for granted about the current structure of the social world, alternatives to capitalism, racism, and patriarchy, are urgently needed. Fictions in this sense are not falsehoods, but refashionings through which analysts can experiment with different scenarios, trajectories, and reversals, elaborating new values and testing different possibilities for creating more just and equitable societies. Such fictions are not meant to convince others of what is, but to expand our own visions of what's possible. This is not to say that imagining alternatives is sufficient or that all things possible are even desirable. But how will we know if we do not routinely push the boundaries of our own thinking, which includes the stories we tell about the world? In the words of historian Robin D.G. Kelley, we must tap the well of our own collective imaginations, that we do what earlier generations have done, dream. Without new visions, we don't know what to build, only what to knock down. We not only end up confused, rudderless, and cynical, but we forget that making a revolution is not a series of clever maneuvers and tactics, but a process that can and must transform us. It's with this in mind that I finished my first book, People's Science, where towards the end of the revision process, I was finally able to articulate the tension that stands at the heart of that book. Why is it that we can imagine growing cardiac cells in a lab, but not growing empathy for other human beings in our everyday lives? For many, the idea that we can defy politics as usual and channel human ingenuity towards more cooperative and inclusive and just forms of social organization, well, that's utterly far-fetched. And yet we can imagine this. Our collective imaginations tend to shrink when confronted with entrenched inequality and injustice. Thus, I'm convinced that we must query this faith in biological regeneration that stands alongside an underdeveloped investment in social transformation. The speculative exercise I've shared today is an attempt to hold myself accountable to the query I buried in People's Science, to formulate a critique of the power-knowledge nexus, and to construct new fictions, though not without their own tensions and contradictions. Throughout, it's my aim to take the notion of sociological imagination seriously and envision possible futures and pasts where science, power, and subjectivity are reconfigured differently, defiantly, and hopefully. Thank you.
This is the switching laptops part of the conference. It's the important. I always want there to be like orchestral, like warm-up sounds when this is happening. You know, like the little violins kind of humming. Our next speaker is Radin. Radin. Joanna Radin. I'm the worst at names. Yeah.
If anyone played Mortal Kombat in the 90s, that's a good mnemonic device.
That's me.
Okay. Oh, okay, well, maybe I'll start. Thank you. It's a tough act to follow, Ruha, but I'm really thrilled to be here, and I've really been enjoying all of the incredible suggestions for reading and writing, and it's really great. So I'm a historian of science by training, and I'm really interested in the question of the future as a historical problem. And I just finished writing a book, or I've spent the last decade thinking about efforts to freeze life, not fiction, but reading post-war scientists' accounts of why it was important to collect blood samples from people around the world and freeze them for the future. I started to realize, oh, this is science fiction. Like, I'm reading science fiction. These are these genres, and it got me very interested in what other kinds of ways I could think about fiction as a historian of science. And I got interested in Michael Crichton for all kinds of reasons, one of which is that it turns out he himself started out as a biological anthropologist studying human variation at Harvard, and I was really stunned as I was researching these scientists who were sampling and archiving human biodiversity after the Second World War to see Michael Crichton's name among them. He actually has 2 published papers on craniometrics, so he's there, he's in there. sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. So this talk is new. We're coming out of a new book in progress about the kinds of technoscientific subjectivities that are brought into being through science fiction and that find their ways into science. And I'm working to understand, in particular, the interplay of emotions and infrastructures that have made certain kinds of lives and certain kinds of futures possible and thinkable. And I'm actually really happy that this talk is coming at the point in the day that it is, because I'm deeply interested in fear and the emotion of fear, and I'm going to take a different tack than thinking about its sort of psychological or neurobiological dimensions, but thinking about fear as something that we can use Michael Crichton as a kind of master of to understand how fears function. So I'm going to kind of weave some of my own personal narrative throughout the story I'm about to tell, and I'll start in the 90s, which is when I got my first email account. It was the same year that I went to my first movie without parental supervision. The account was from AOL, and the movie was Jurassic Park. So we already have a little Heather, Ian, Malcolm, and I wish I had a picture, but I don't, I'm sorry. So as a tween, I was just really psyched to be at the theater without my parents, so I wasn't really appreciating the ways in which Jurassic Park marked the beginning of twinned booms, not only in biotech, but in infotech. And in fact, now that I am a card-carrying historian of science, I feel bold enough to suggest that the scariest thing about Jurassic Park wasn't actually the dinosaurs. It was the computers, or more specifically, those entrusted to use them. And I have a clip here that I don't know how to play from here. That we're not going to play we're not going to play the sound, but I will kind of narrate it. Just if you scroll down and just hit play in the corner. There we go. Okay, so basically what we were looking at here, for those of you who remember the movie, is the control center at the core of Jurassic Park. And Samuel L. Jackson, a very sympathetic figure, everyone in this room basically dies, but this is the guy I want us to focus on, Newman, whose name in this movie is Nedry, which is a kind of like anagram for nerdy. And he is, entrusted with running the whole thing. So actually, it's good that you can't hear what he's saying. He's just talking about how you really need to value me and be impressed by me because I'm the only one who can do this. I'm the only one who can handle this. And everybody kind of knows it's true. And the question that I found myself thinking about as I've rewatched this movie many times is how was it that this was a plausible scenario, that the most important crucial features of maintaining an island filled with dinosaurs could be entrusted to this guy, not this, well, both of them, but to this guy. He's a very bad man. But that I find terrifying, and I think that there's something there that we need to pay attention to. What is it going on with these infrastructures? And so here's this moment when we realize like they're heading towards the T-Rex paddock, and it's all everything is going to go to hell. So a real crucial thematic turning point in the movie. So what I'm trying to say here is that Jurassic Park is about what happens when the invisible infrastructure holding a world together breaks down. It's a parable of the ways that the technology is designed to entertain and to protect us from our insatiable desire to be entertained are far less autonomous than anybody wishes to admit. Even the dinosaurs in the movie, which represented actually a new moment in cinematic realism, don't exist without computers. And computers don't exist without the humans who design them. It's been said that science fiction colonizes the future, meaning that by inspiring its consumers, inspiring its young readers, science fiction is actively made into science fact. Emotions about emerging and future science and technology can also colonize the future. And one of the most prolific and successful emotional engineers of the late 20th century was a Harvard biological anthropologist and medical school grad named Michael Crichton, who authored Jurassic Park. Oh, I just wanted to show this picture. This is you don't see this, it goes by really quick in the scene. Does anyone know who this is? Yes, Oppenheimer. There's a lot of clues there. So I think this image is like really fascinating. Here you have this man who, this sort of scientific hero who both envisioned the atomic bomb and then immediately kind of regretted it. His famous quote, "I have become death," from the Bhagavad Gita. And that's also the beginning of the baby boom. And I won't talk extensively about this, but I'm really fascinated also with the generational dimensions here and the role of boomers, and Crichton being a kind of paradigmatic one, imagining certain kinds of futures and admitting certain kinds of possibility. Okay, so Crichton, Jurassic Park, and dozens of other novels, including Andromeda Strain, published in 1969, and Dragon Teeth, published last month, nearly 10 years after his death. He continues to be very prolific. His science fictional worlds got their teeth by appropriating details from the realm of scientific fact. He never practiced medicine, but he prescribed a set of durable fears for a society struggling with increasingly esoteric cultures of expertise. And in the publishing world, he's often hailed as the father of the techno-thriller. And simultaneously, he's dismissed by academics and many sci-fi fans as a peddler of pulp. As a historian, I'm not saying he's the greatest writer ever. All those things are an aside. But what I want to argue is that Crichton needs to be understood as a key figure in the history of post-war science and its critical study. He was an avid reader of cutting-edge science as well as history, anthropology, and sociology of science. If you've read his books, you'll see many of them have bibliographies that are citing people like Bruno Latour. He's reading sociology of science. He's deeply interested in crises of relativism and realism, and he's very savvy in bringing that into his fiction. So he synthesized insights from these academic realms into mass market nightmares about technoscience gone amok. Now, while there have been far too many efforts to emphasize the techno in his work, there have been much less consideration of the power of the thrill, which we might think of as the pleasure of fear, the pleasure of spending time with fear. And this is ironic, irony being a key feature of Crichton's body of work, because Crichton himself recognized and wrote about academia itself as a, quote, factory of fear, the products of which he nonetheless mined and laundered into a multi-million-dollar media empire. So, as an early adopter and popularizer of computers, Crichton's writings describe specific kinds of digital dystopias that have come to shape our mainstream fears about digital culture. And I'm not only talking about his fiction. Crichton also wrote nonfiction, including a 1983 book called Electronic Life: How to Think About Computers. This was explicitly marketed to allay fears about the introduction of personal computing, fears he had already begun to stoke in novels like his 1973 Terminal Man, where an artificial intelligence expert is wired to a computer to prevent violent seizures, only to have the computer hijack his mind. Now, what I want to use the rest of my time here today is to talk about how Crichton conflated thinking with feeling, fact and fiction, to confront the fears, in particular, of professional men at the dawn, heterosexual men, at the dawn of our digital age. And here's just an image of Crichton testifying before Congress about climate science, so unrelated, but to show that he's taken seriously as an expert about science and politics. And in this role, as writing about computers, he was taken seriously. In Electronic Life, if you haven't read it, it's kind of like a precursor to like Computers for Dummies or Computers for Idiots. It's like written in that kind of way. So Crichton, this future, the future that Crichton is describing, our present one, this future past our present one, is one that, as historian Marie Hicks has brilliantly put it, is one of programmed inequality, a systematic erasure of the skill and input of women, people of color, not to mention the disabled. Think about the demographic profile of Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. Think about Gamergate, where women who dare to create and play in digital worlds or write about them have been the subject to bodily threats. And I'm not suggesting that Crichton caused this violence or that there's a one-to-one connection here, but I'm saying that his body of work gives us a powerful public archive for understanding the emotional conditions of possibility for the programmer, an entity more frightening perhaps than a dinosaur. Okay. So Electronic Life was published right around the time of the now famous advertisement for the Apple Macintosh. And this is a screenshot of the ad. The ad, which premiered during the Super Bowl in 1984, featured a blonde female athlete shattering a giant screen of a scene from George Orwell's 1984, and with it, the idea that the computers were only for the elite. So this was supposed to be IBM, and this woman, reacting against IBM. Now, Electronic Life, which was published just around a few months before, which celebrated the democratization of this new technology, promised to tell its reader, quote, what computers really are, how to choose them, how to use them, how to get them to help you, how to keep them in their place, and how to enjoy them. End quote. It gives you step-by-step, It gives you step-by-step instructions on what to do when you first approach a new computer, to sound advice on how to stop your computer from causing trouble in your family. It sounds almost like a how-to guide for getting a mistress. So why should you trust that the person writing this book in 1983 knows the first thing about how to make computers enjoyable? Well, because the jacket copy says, Michael Crichton, and here's just an image of a story that was written at the time to see what we were dealing with. Michael Crichton, author of such memorable and best-selling novels as The Andromeda Strain, Terminal Man, has for years made brilliant and creative use of computers in each of his three professions, as a doctor scientist, as a filmmaker. So Westworld, the reason I started with that image is we all know Crichton came up with Westworld, directed Westworld, and as a writer. Now, in Electronic Life, he shares his knowledge and his love of computers. His message: don't be afraid of them. They're only machines. They're here to make your life easier, and what's more, they can be a lot of fun. So, in the introduction, Crichton makes the case for why his reader, who is figured explicitly, and I'll discuss this in just a second, figured as a married heterosexual man, needs to reckon with these new computers. Appealing to the insecure potential user of computers, he asserts, you're a general, not a private. In fact, there are no privates. Step into the mirror and salute yourself, then go out and carry your own orders. And I think there's something to be said here about you're not a private, and there's also no privacy. It's very interesting. So Crichton's unstated goal was to shore up the insecurities of the professional man, a theme that appears throughout his work. The Electronic Life was marketed to those who were afraid that women were shattering glass ceilings that were simultaneously being replaced by silicon ones. And he says, quote, because I feel that attitudes towards computers are initially more important than facts, this is a book of my opinions, or if you prefer, my prejudices. So he lays bare the fact that he's telling you how to think, not the facts, how to think, this attitude, this organizational framework for the knowledge he's going to give you. And the book proceeds in the form of alphabetical style, index style entries, and the very first one is this. Afraid of computers, it begins, everybody is. The computer is a new machine, it requires new skills, new orientation, new ideas, it's changing our lives, and nobody in his right mind likes that. But he continues, fear of computers is normal, but it's not helpful. People who fear computers cannot use them wisely. Either they reject the machines out of hand and are deprived of the legitimate benefits of computers, or they accept the machines but remain so intimidated that whatever flashes up on a screen is taken as a received truth. You can get into trouble in either way. Okay, now, he lets his readers know, moreover, that computers used to be people, which is a great sort of story from the history of computing, but he doesn't tell them that computers used to be women. His reader is unmistakably male. And take, for example, another entry, which is titled Widows, computer, and I don't have a slide of that. But I was like, what is, at first I thought it said Windows computer, and I was like, oh, that makes sense, but it's widows. So I'll read you a quote here. He says, quote, marriages fall apart because of the machines. Here she comes at midnight saying, honey, do you know what time it is? You haven't the faintest idea, and you couldn't care less. Without taking your eyes from the screen, you mutter something conciliatory, and then she goes away. She's back in 2 hours, stamping her foot, insisting you come to bed. She's a computer widow, and you have a problem. Okay? So, chief among the ways Crichton imagines the appeal, this is why I love history. Truth is, it's great. All right, chief among the ways Crichton imagines the appeal of this new machine is that, unlike a wife, quote, the computer makes no demands of its own. It's there to do what you want it to do, and when you get tired of it, you just turn it off. No guilt, no recriminations, just flip the switch and it's gone. It's sort of an intellectual prostitute, and the appeal of prostitutes has never been obscure. So while he does make passing reference to the computer widower, it's clear that she is an exceptional and rare kind of subject. He goes, "My own feeling is that widows had better recognize what they're up against, and I can't help feeling that the competition between human beings and machines for the attention of other human beings can only benefit humans in the long run. Computers are information processing, communicating devices, and if they set a new standard for information processing and communication by human beings among themselves, well, we've needed that for a long time." Now, this is not a version of the future that I would like to imagine living in. So, okay, I'm going to conclude by saying electronic life is best understood as a work of self-help, a guide for a heterosexual and likely white male self who fears the computer itself and its potential to replace him. After all, the famous Turing test was designed not to tell if a computer was human, but to tell if you were talking to a woman, right? It's a book designed to appeal to and allay the very fears Crichton stirred up with his fiction, not least of all his assertion that, quote, "people are people, machines are machines, only a fool confuses them." So it was narratives like this that provided a gendered and fear-driven organizational framework for facts, ones that intentionally slipped between genres of fiction and nonfiction, between past and future, that led so many of those who could not locate themselves in this depiction of reality to embrace a different approach to thinking about computers. So I'm talking here about Donna Haraway and her famous Cyborg Manifesto, which was written at virtually the same moment, okay? In 1984, Donna Haraway made the case for what she called, quote, "an ironic dream of a common language for women in the integrated circuit." And in the introduction to the essay, she calls out the irony that was at the core of Crichton's career, not necessarily even to condemn it, but to make legible what he so artly concealed and mass-produced. Her point was to take fiction seriously, such that it had the potential to create new kinds of subjectivities, rather than reproducing ones that could create new kinds of subjectivity that could be made manifest, even if those subjectivities were those of insecure professional men. So to say, there are lots of opportunities in these moments of innovation, especially with computer, to create new identities. Let's look at what those are in the role of fiction in creating them. Irony, Haraway wrote, is about contradictions that do not resolve into larger wholes, even dialectically, about the tensions of holding incompatible things together because both or all are necessary and true. Irony is about humor and serious play. It is also a rhetorical strategy and a political method, one I would like to see more honored within socialist feminism. So far from fearing the machine, from seeking to separate machines and people, Haraway famously wrote, "The cyborg is a matter of fiction and lived experience that changes what counts as women's experience in the late 20th century. This is a struggle over life and death, but the boundary between science fiction and social reality is an optical illusion." Crichton was acutely aware of this and used hetero male fear as a way to create the illusion. He and Haraway were both right to identify computers' potential as exquisitely powerful sources of social transformation for late 20th century Americans. Crichton made a fortune by insisting, though, on the reality of a boundary between science fiction and between human and machine, even as he performed its effacement. He also helped shape public discourse about what was scary about computers by telling the professional men who dominated those conversations that they had no reason to be afraid, even as he amplified their fears. Electronic life has gone out of print, and the Cyborg Manifesto has never been in wider circulation. Yet, increasingly, it has felt as though we are living in a world written by Michael Crichton, and it scares the shit out of me. It's time to get serious about fiction and attend to the reality of the illusion, because I'd rather be a cyborg than a computer widow. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Final panel for this, our final talk for this panel is Ada Cable.
Hey, we have audio? You good? Yeah, cool. Right, So I'm Ado, I do art and activism and writing and stuff, and there's a bio on the website if you need more, and I'm going to stick some links in at the end. This presentation comes with a load of content notes because it's about oppression and bodies and trauma and these things tend to get triggering. I'll be talking explicitly about medical trauma, suicide, rape, and using some quotes from works which are decidedly not safe for work. I'll warn you before these come up. The other things are a bit more background notes and cover large sections of the talk, so I can't necessarily warn each individual time that these are going to come up. Structure-wise, we're going to do some incredibly rapid introductions to some of trans women's work, which I'm going to draw from, with extra focus on the things which I think are interesting and or relevant. Then we're going to generalize a bit, talk about the material factors which play into making these things important and how we imagine futures, and then I'm going to talk about why this matters for challenging the dominant futures. First up is Porpentine, who's a game designer. Hands up if anyone's played a Porpentine game, like read a book. Okay, not bad. Game designer, writer, makes other art things. I'm going to talk about two works in lots of detail. Cyber Queen, which is a twine game about waking up on a colony ship run by a sadistic AI, and Psychonymph Exile, which is a book with some transmedia stuff about trauma and also magical girls. So Cyber Queen is a twine game about waking up on a colony ship and then being sadistically tortured by the AI, becoming one with a sadistic AI, and then torturing more of your colleagues. All the discussion of Cyber Queen is going to be discussing rape and generalized body autonomy issues, so like heads up on that one. Anyway, it opens like this. Immediately your body is brought to the fore, not just in terms of literal parts, your fingers sliding, your eyes hurting, but in metaphor. There's no pretending that you're separate from your body. The first line is messy adjectives describing your embodiment, and then the way that the discussion is carried out, you're not waking in the static block. You're wet and sticky and suspended, and everything tastes or feels or sees. Skipping forward, because I can give 1,000 of these instances of this game using bodily description and movement, let's talk about what happens to your actual body. After a series of mental torments, you're torn apart and reformed by the AI. Literally, the parts of your body that displease you are cut off, reformed into a bad girl, and the parts that are good are made into a good girl. I don't think that I need to point out here that this is what cis society does in policing and insisting on normative bodies for trans femmes, but like there it is, like kind of written large. Your body is then merged with the ship/AI and trained to murder the other passengers. And I think this is quite important. You don't become the ship becomes your body. We see starships occasionally thought of as giant organisms, maybe even the occasional metaphor, or even doing it literally, like I think the Tyranids from Warhammer have floating starships, and there's a couple of other biological starships out there. But the bodies lack autonomy. Our characters walk around within the ship, and the ships themselves are depersonalized as a rule. Evil AIs haunt pretty much every colony ship since HAL, but in few instances are they like actually the protagonists. So when Porpentine describes crushing colonists in the player's intestines, it's a fundamentally different conception and approach to these tropes. There's also an important theme here about power demanding that you hurt your friends in order to be rewarded. You've got to disavow the angry ones, the rude ones, and the scary ones, and pretend to be a nice, safe trans woman to be rewarded. There's a literalization of this here. You murder the other humans, and then you get to live forever as the AI, and it's kind of incredibly evident. And then we get to the end point. You begin to think in Cyber Queen's voice, green text and all, and become one with the great whole. There's a theme of this in a lot of trans fiction. Messy bodies disavowed and central at the same time, merging and being transcended. And the slime girl, a woman made out of slime, able to reform their body at will. Monstrous, but also like soft and pliable and implicitly traumatized, is a very common figure for Porpentine and lots of trans woman fictions, to be honest. And in the end, there's a kind of, and I hate myself for saying this, a dialectical synthesis, a transcendence of the messy biological body and the AI's programming to make like a messy cyborg which announces their menacing and utopian plans at the end. So that was a short summary of Cyber Queen, with interesting bits highlighted. Psychonymph exile is next. Psychonymph exile is useful not because of any particular future it envisions, but the medium it imagines them in. There's virtually no mechanical technology present, certainly none that really differs from the current world. All the differences are biological and supernatural. The protagonist, as much as there is one, is a retired mecha pilot. The mecha is a giant creature, not a Pacific Rim mech, and one who is described viscerally. It never shies away from dealing with a massive body as a body, unlike other biotic fiction, which often reduces bioengineered magic to simple mechanistic technology. The body resists and reacts. It's even its defining feature. And again, you can see what I was talking about in Cyber Queen. It's the same thing. It's the spaceship's body and the mecha's body. All the bodies in Psychonymph Exile are deeply relevant and central. The protagonist is not only trans, but traumatized in an embodied way, which I'll get onto later. But her girlfriend, a retired magical girl, does anyone not know what a magical girl is? Okay, cool. Magical girls are a Japanese trope of teen girls who transform into like supernatural heroes, normally shouting out a transformation phase, often with some kind of gem embodied in their body. If you don't know them, go and watch a couple of episodes of Sailor Moon, or if you're feeling machoistic, Puella Magica Madoka. Those are some menacing giggles. Anyway, retired magical girl has had a gem broken, parts embodied deeply in her skin, and as her backstory has her broken recovering from DSTP, which is a, quite obvious backronym for PTSD. Lastly, there's the character on screen now, the pink rubber animal, a bioengineered care animal for a protagonist who is literally a headless human, soft and comforting and trained. It has all the capacity of a normal human, even in one scene going on to suck her cock with its neck stump, except for the capacity to think, in other words, like the perfect care worker. All of their social roles, all of plot roles come out embodied. Going on to the DSTP and the protagonist's embodiment of their trauma, it's basically a book about PTSD enacted on non-normative bodies. It becomes a physical illness which oozes or crystallizes on the skin and covers apartments in its secretions. It's about making people who are broken are obvious and shunned, and all in all, it's about making the illness literalized and physicalized and embodied. We might be sensing a theme here. And I think that's the most important thing. I've got a nice slide for that. Sorry, my slides kind of got messed up because I had to go for your bloody airport security. This line is a really useful one, and it's a glance out of the fourth wall as well. The protagonist speaks about her wounds, but of course, Porpentine is in charge of the whole framework here. I apologize. So maybe this seems obvious, but there's a lot of people who read Porpentine and dismiss it as trivial or not thought through. And this is something she plays into a lot recently. There's my favorite line in a recent interview, the Mask magazine interview with Porpentine, is she's asked how Haraway influences her work. And she goes, well, I don't know anyone named Donna. She explicitly rebukes any of her own voice being brought into interpretations of her work. But anyway, it's a really important one. P&A Psychonymph Exile is about literalized, embodied trauma of the already implicit trauma which are in our real lives. So the last book before I talk about my own work is Infect Your Friends and Loved Ones, a book which is about the world ending as vengeance via endocrine system destroying plagues. I'm going to try not to spoil too much, but that's going to be hard to do, so sorry for ruining this book for everyone in advance. In the book, trans women engineer a plague that turns off hormone production in the body, or sex hormone production in the body, and it spreads across the country so that everyone has to take artificial hormones, like trans people. I'd like to flag up here that while we talk about this fantasy is progressive on some axes, the tropes it exploits are far from apolitical. Using an intentional plague to modify the biopolitical makeup of North America, to have a blank background to write a new story is not a new thing. It's important that we talk about how we're standing on colonized land very close to a place where people perpetrated a genocide via plague on the indigenous population, and the plague for a blank plague for a blank white canvas is a common sci-fi trope which needs problematization. I don't have a lot more to say on that, but it's important to bring up. The plague completely destroys gender. New embodied genders begin to realize. Here she talks about T-slabs, people with all birth assignments who have become wealthy enough to buy more than a standard dose of expensive testosterone, compared to anti-boys, people assigned male at birth who couldn't afford to stay on expensive testosterone, of the underclass and non-consensually made into trans women. Obviously, a prose and description deals a lot with bodies, like Porpentine, but I think what's interesting here is that very little was changed about the bodies, and nothing was changed about the infrastructure. No bombs were dropped, no one was killed by the plague, there's no zombies, there's no nukes. It simply made a small change to a body, and the implications are, like, apocalyptic. And the old genders hold over too. Again, still obsessed with bodies. Trans women are vilified as the people who are rumoured to have started the plague, although there's no evidence for that. And their bodies are fundamentally different to those of anti-boys. Breast augmentation, hair removal, other factors which were common in trans women before the disaster. And they are embodied in a kind of hangover gender. And I think the last thing to talk about is how the plague is released. The protagonist has been stuck with a virus by the complexly antagonist character and is walking home alone due to economic precarity and the fear of infecting her Uber driver with the plague. She decides to cut through the park, her high heels hurting her feet, balancing the trade-off of hurt feet against the risk of sexual assault, and she is predictably assaulted. A man gropes her, and in revenge, she, in this kind of beautiful paragraph, coughs in his face as revenge. The entire plague, which destabilizes society completely, is an act of vengeance for a sexual assault of a trans woman. Very quick piece of film stuff. Sense8 isn't actually that interesting, but it's worth chucking the mix because it's media on a completely different end of the scale of production here. Like, these are self-published books or Twine games distributed for, well, Cyber Queen, I don't think she got paid anything for. But this is a completely different end of the scale. It's still obsessed with bodies, like that you take pills to suppress this thing, or this is all about a different genetic streak in the populace. Okay, anyway, and also for record, so is the Matrix. This isn't a video due to something happening. It's the scene where Neo kind of bursts out of his pod is 1,000% about how, like, Neo's a Porpentine-style slime girl being repeatedly violated and turned against other humans by a cynical and manipulative artificial intelligence. But, like, I think that's a different presentation. Gonna talk a bit about my work. Sadly, this first one is really badly documented because we did it in a no-photo zone. DIY Turtle Friends, 2115, was a lark by me and Amy Cohn, trying to explore the effective space of what happens when trans people lose access to medication. It's a really distressing problem to think around. You're talking about losing your medication, which is, like, hard on the brain. So we made turtles, which you can see on screen. They've got a AA battery in them, an LED and a little resistor, which makes the battery bleed faster. The batteries were wrapped in nice paper, and they became juice boxes of turtle food. The plot centered around procuring enough juice boxes to keep your turtle smiling or the LED on, and there were intentionally never enough. I'm not going to do the whole presentation there. There's links at the end on this LARP. There's a couple of interesting things in this. First off, our methodology is bodies. We're gathering information that is effective, and we're explicitly not gathering it. We chose not to produce reports or summations. What people learned was their own experience of the LARP, not objective outcomes, not summated research, but a broad base. There's a line about ethnography in that the instrument you're measuring with is your body, and we were explicitly working with that. Second, we're still focusing on bodies because, like, my thesis here is trans women tend to focus on bodies in our future. There's lots of things that we could have used to simulate. Instead, like, the turtles don't have to be turtles. But we made body-shaped things which died and got sad. Some turtles were decorated by the players, and some turtles at the end of the game were forced into sex work to buy their juice boxes. They were deeply body metaphor. Third, talking about medication is always talking about bodies, and on that subject, another project. Ooh, there we go. I spent the previous academic year making estrogen at home. This is over on the wall over there, and I think there's some other leaflet zines hanging around, so you can take them home with you. But it's an experiment digging into the medical, chemical, and social difficulties of hormone supply in an apocalyptic situation. I'm really kind of worried about that in my work. A lot of my work focuses on that. Because the current conception of trans women completely relies on a supply chain that is frequently enough interrupted as is. This future, even written a zine and some weird machines and photography, is about bodies because trans women's bodies extend through this massive supply chain in a very real way. I would even go to argue that in a situation where we talk about making estrogen with this zine, the zine is effectively part of the body. Anyway, why do trans women write embodied futures? The simple answer is we're kind of obsessed with our bodies. Drew Leader says that bodies in normal life disappear in normal life, and then when something is wrong, they disappear, DYS-appear. For trans people, this disappearance is more frequent and more intrusive than most people. They're simply a fact of life for us that most other people don't see. Quite obviously, this leads to futures that center on and methodologically build from our bodies. There's also the series of interactions with the medical establishment which we go through, but also the rapes and violence of everyday society. Every interaction with society is a violence that is that's fought about on the battleground of our bodies. Our bodies aren't ours, but a space for cis people to work out their issues on. Also, alienation is a massive theme here, and that's because we're alienated from general society. Sorry, like, talking through the obvious. Cyber Queen is about giving up, Psychonymph Exile is about being disposed of from society, and Infect Your Friends and Loved Ones is about revenge. None of these are a surprise, but when you serially dispose of a population, this is what our futures become about, this is what our writing becomes about. Why does this matter? What's useful about trans futures for staging with challenging the status quo? At the end of the day, I think the most important thing for most of us is it doesn't matter. We're not writing pornographic twines about colony ships to make futurists better at their jobs. We're doing it because we get off on it. We're doing it because there's very few spaces we're allowed to exist, and we're constantly told that we're monstrous and inhuman, and broken, so we make art about being monstrous and inhuman and broken. I think that's the important one to take away. Whoa, that's interesting. Okay. I'm here because I think this stuff is cool, and I think more people should know about it, but because they're cool, we're mainly making this stuff for ourselves, by ourselves. But I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was actually useful for speak beyond ourselves. This is from My Witch Ancestors Died for My Right to Fuck Satan, a collection of Porpentin's work from 2013 to 14. And this prefigures almost all of the work on a discussion of how artificial intelligence was gendered. And it makes important notes which aren't even really picked up in 2017 about the violence and denial of femininity to AI, even as we gender Siri. I'd like to suggest that it comes from bodily and empathetic thinking, from feeling the violence inflicted by Gladys and identifying with how she's literally torn apart and disposed of when it becomes inconvenient, from the empathy of seeing someone like you in a mad artificial intelligence. The methodology of this work is interesting and specific. The act of thinking with the body is at the forefront of our work, not as a concept of how did my bodies fit into my product design, but the product I'm designing, but why does my body feel this way? What parts of my body are already artificial? This, I note, isn't actually novel. Some out there designers think like this. Black feminist sci-fi writers have been all over this forever. Disabled futurists, always been here. Of lots of other groups, generally, the oppressed. As this character in Psychonymph Exile says, trans futures are produced on a visceral, violent, personal level, not from an analysis of trans line or dispassionate logic about the future. We live that future already. The bodies we're thinking about are also inarguably cyborg bodies, and trans women get over a whole nature-culture divide a long time ago about when we realized our bodies were a product of a massive medical industrial complex. So are, of course, lots of other bodies, and not least those of cis women, but ours define narratives of naturalization quite a lot more rigorously than others. Also, I think there's obvious elements. Trans futures are subaltern futures. They challenge futures simply by existing with these participants in them, by putting odd bodies in the way of white cis men who occupy normative futures. But subaltern futures also have other advantages. Oppression often means you live in a future for cis men. My medication has to be illegally shipped from a Thai company with stocks intended for Australia, produced by an American company in Norway. If anyone's got more cyberpunk things than that, I'm asking. Distributed communities meant trans women were often on the earliest forms of BBSs, and forums, forming support groups. And you won't hear about history very often. And we were also pioneering lots of other technologies, from the camera to the photocopier, and obviously the synthesizer. And yeah, we're also leaking thousands of military documents. Woohoo, Chelsea Manning is free. Which is to say, being oppressed pushes you into scary futures ahead of people who normally think about the futures. So we kind of have something of a head start. And I'd like to stress, even if this wasn't useful, and that's not what matters about this work. What matters is that it helps trans women, maybe pays us a bit, and we still deserve not to be killed, even if we didn't write good books about what happens if you destroy the human endocrine system. Our value is independent of how useful we are to capital. Wrapping up very quickly. Trans women imagine different futures that center on bodies, frequently their violation. This is because our bodies are very important to us, because we imagine things in a different methodology, because we already have an effective understanding of the cyborg body, and because we're already living in a future. This is the end of it. I really couldn't have done this work without these people. I'd also like to give a shout out to Ella, who isn't on there, who inspired a lot of our artwork. Anyway, go give the people I've cited money. Lots of trans women doing art. Your money goes straight on meds and food. If not from them, then friends who definitely need it. This is some of the best money you can give away today. Porpentine also has work at the Whitney at the moment. Go and see it. Buy books from Tori. And as for me, pay me to make things about the future, talk about transfeminist stuff, write about technology and liberation, any combination above. I'm free from September. Pay me.
That one's on. Thank you. Oh, no worries. Can we have the other panelists join? Have some question time. I feel like my head's kind of exploding. There were lots of good. Laura? Audrey. Laura.
Hi, Laura Forlano. Thanks for this wonderful panel. I was really taken with Ruha's proposal about empathic experiments, and I just wanted to hear from each panelist what those might look like. And I'm very obsessed with micro social interactions and how we can change those basic moments in our everyday lives.
I would love a whole workshop and conference just diving into that. And it in part, it connects so well to the previous panel and sort of what it got me thinking. And the micro is great, but also I'm thinking about kind of the institutional, the cultural, and I was thinking about the active shooter preparedness. I have 2 kids in public school, and that's a routine sort of thing that they do. And I was thinking about, and the idea that, the presenter Elizabeth gave about how it's often mandated. You don't even have a choice. But what it would mean, for example, to have sort of active, say, solidarity preparedness, or whatever the upside, whatever we want to bring into being, what would it mean to routinize, to sort of experiment, to prepare for, the things that we want, not just the things that we fear, right? And so having that also colonize the future, and I do strongly sort of co-sign the idea that preparing for the worst is its own kind of, utopia, its own kind of action that I think can be productive. But I don't think we can sort of give all our energy to that reactive mode. I think we have to prioritize and set aside sort of non-reactive kind of agency where we do kind of, what would it mean for my soon to be 9th and 11th grader to grow every year sort of have this institutionalized where they're preparing to show solidarity, or preparing to show all these other qualities that we think makes for a good life, right? And a happy, sort of well-being and all that. And so that's kind of where that phrase leads me. It's the rabbit hole, and I think it's the kind of experimentation where we need to put our collective brain power together and invest the same amount of time and energy that people who are trying to create cardiac cells in a lab or other types of technological fixes, prototropic humans, et cetera, where the relationships, human relationships, and experimenting with different kinds of relationships are our focus. And I think, going back to the neurobiology, one of the things that we're learning, only in the last sort of decade or two, the idea of hardwired brains has held neuroscience back, right? So the notion of plasticity, how do we take that idea of plasticity, understanding that what we do on a routine basis brings into being certain kinds of capacities? And I think we cannot relent to this idea that we have always done it like this, or we're always going to be like this. We will continue to be like that if we don't start to make different kinds of connections, both neurally and socially, right? And so, and that's what sort of motivates me to say that, we can change.
Yeah, that's so well said. What actually jumps to my mind, so I actually am based in a medical school, and I teach, part of my job responsibilities involves teaching medical students, and it's a struggle because the things I have to tell them are not, what's going to be on their test or how an organ system functions, but I feel like I am engaged very much, inspired by my colleagues to try to figure out what are ways to build empathy and these kinds of exercises into the curriculum. And what makes medicine such an interesting space to do that is that these are the people that we, for better or worse, even when they are people who are violent towards us and violate us, all the more reason to try to be thinking about what it means to become a medical professional or a scientist have to, by necessity, involve this. And what's really interesting, and I think a lot is about, generationality, because a lot of the people who are invested in and granted the authority to teach these students, they themselves have not had the benefit of innovating in these areas or a vocabulary to speak about these issues. And I think that perhaps thinking of new ways to practice this in an exchange, that's supposed to, that we pretend or we believe is about empathic exchange, but there's no real learning content there. There's enormous opportunity to innovate in those domains, and I think it's another space where we can imagine the politics of solidarity not just happening in the streets, right, but can be happening in these zones of expertise that we are all transiting.
So there were two parts to that question. What do they look like? I tend to see oppressed groups when oppressed groups end up in speculative design spaces, which is incredibly, incredibly rare. About 50% of the time they produce the stuff that the white cis men teaching them to have produced, but the other 50% of the time they produce exactly this stuff when they decide to rebel. How can we do more of them? I think, so I recently came off a design degree, which tried to teach this, completely failed because we didn't have diverse staff and we didn't have consideration of mental health, which goes back to our discussion last night. And I think the most important thing here is, to be honest, training people to work together, training people to work with a diverse group of people, a diverse group of tutors, a diverse cohort of students. And doing it, I'm mainly talking about in design, but I think it's important to do it across the board. Diversity isn't just a kind of like, we want to win, we want more of us getting paid. It's also a kind of like, we do better work. Yeah. That's mainly because cis white men do really bad work, by the way, not because we're...
I'm going to apologize in advance. This is not so well formulated. So kind of taking off the previous question and thinking about imagining these empathic futures and experiments and also history of science, as somebody who now operates in an academic sphere, I think about psychological experiments, right? And before I do research, I have to fill out a compliance with the internal review board, right? Because we know what kind of damage we can do in trying to in trying to conduct social experiments. And I know very little about medicine per se, but that medicine is trying the Western medical establishment, right, and innovation in that is very focused on kind of like acute and specific problems. And I wonder if there's a huge structural problem in the way that these things are shaped and funded, even what we think about as science, right? And I say this as somebody who started in science and then left science and kind of came back to science. If part of this is just complicating the whole idea of the priorities of science and whether we're just more afraid to fail when we experiment trying to do something good, right? That the dystopia, that imagining the bad things is easier. We can think of all kinds of ways that things can go wrong, but even in organizing, there are times where we reach the limits of affinity, right? And how do we create things that are positive but allow for different ideas of utopia? And I wonder what kind of resilience we can build into those things. That's a very confused question, but I had a lot of thoughts going on. Thank you.
I have a few thoughts, and I'd be happy to talk with you more later. But I think there's a lot going on in what you're saying. I mean, there's the question of like the IRB and who does it protect, right? Is it actually there to prevent harm like that is expressed by research subjects, or is it there to mitigate liability on behalf of the academic institution, and what happens when research is happening beyond the university? So there's a whole question there about consent, and this is something that I know at least Ruha and I have thought a lot about. What does it mean to agree to become a quote-unquote research subject, and what would it mean if we thought differently about that relationship, right? What if we thought more about participatory engagements, and this goes along with having the ethics panel tacked on at the end of the day, but what if the people who one imagined being able to learn from were actually this is a radical idea, allowed to participate in what the research question was going to be. And I think that goes a long way towards a step of trying to get out of an assumption that we already know what the right questions are. So one of the things I think about a lot is that, technoscience is so focused on coming up with the right answer, and we don't spend nearly enough time thinking about if we're asking the right question. So that's all I'll say now, but happy to talk more, and I don't know if Ada or Ruha.
Yeah, so I think it's important to stick up right now that we're never going to get revolutionary ideas out of the academy. And that's a thing we know in sociology and in our hippie subjects. But we're also never going to get useful science out of the academy. While there's an internal review board and a researcher, we are never going to produce useful research. That's never going to happen. We need to start looking elsewhere, and this is why I really like the work on LARP stuff. It allows a lot more. So if you're careful, it's very difficult. And you take participatory steps. One of the things I was trying to do with that was trying to get away from participatory design, where a privileged researcher comes in, finds a group of people, does a workshop, and then walks off and takes all the credit. Was we refused to produce reports from it. We refused to sum it up. We got some participants to write up their things, but the aim was not to produce an end result. It was to produce a set of experiences. I don't know how that maps into science. I'm no longer a scientist, so yeah.
The one concrete example I was thinking about when you asked that question was the work of Natalie Jeremijinko, I'm not saying it right, at NYU. And in particular, she has many projects, but the one that comes to mind is the environmental health clinic. So taking the idea of the clinic and the emergency and saying it's not about sort of acute individual experiences, but it's about environmental health and what it would look like to co-opt the notion of a clinic, but sort of have that broader understanding of where our health comes from, how is it co-produced with the environment, and actually enacting it, not just writing about it, theorizing about it, but putting it into practice, because it's that experimenting with it that you learn. That's where the knowledge comes from, right? And so what I love about the work is that it takes it into practice, and knowledge is produced through that practice and understandings, and not being afraid to kind of take the risks, as you said, like we hold back when it comes to producing alternatives for all kinds of reasons. And that would be a starting point if we wanted to kind of, brainstorm examples that sort of bring this into being. I would start there and point to a few other examples along those lines. Yeah.
I just want to add in, because people have been sharing readings. I think part of my I just finished the book, The Spirit Catches You and You Fall Down, which, if anyone hasn't read it, is really touches on this intersection between medical science and empathy. And it's about kind of cross-cultural, the experience of the Hmong community in Merced, California, and a young girl who's diagnosed with epilepsy. And it's a really, really fascinating kind of ethnography of that. And it seems to me also that there's something in my head happening here about scale and failure to scale, and that the way we prioritize the importance of scaling solutions is also one of the reasons that creating empathetic situations is challenging, because we don't consider things successful unless they can scale.
I just want to say about The Spirit Catches You and You Fall Down. That book is actually from someone in the medical realm. It was sort of a sensation, and it was the book that kind of got a lot of physicians realizing they need to think about culture, and it sparked this whole movement and cultural competency. And so medical students were taught, this is my historian hat, medical students were then taught to be thinking about culture, and they should be culturally competent. But if you think about, there's an enormous amount of diversity in this room, think about the kinds of diversity that's coming in to a doctor's office. What does it mean to be culturally competent in all of these different cultures? And so that it's an amazing book, but that paradigm is starting to kind of fall away and give way to what people are calling structural competency, which goes back to Ruha's point, about how do we think about the kinds of structural forces, these larger things that go beyond the individual, in which individuals are themselves embedded. None of these are perfect, but there's this interesting sort of way that people are trying to metabolize ideas of difference and bring them into practice. So it's great. Thanks.
So I think maybe I'm a bit utopian here, but I don't actually see scale as a desirable outcome. I think that we should be resisting the urge to build our things around scale, and even going into the medical realm. Trans women organize our own medical advice, and it's not good, but it's a hell of a lot better than 90% of doctors' advice. And even on that scale, which it's maybe servicing 10,000 people on a very grassroots level, at an upper end, I would say 10,000 people are reading self-medding advice. We are homogenizing and we're messing up, especially on issues of race, but also on intersex issues, especially as well. And I think that we should, when we're building our systems, look at what other people do, sure, but I think building systems at scale as a utopian project is not necessarily desirable. We need to build collections of systems which work together at scale, but that can be organized maybe on a more ad hoc basis than thinking about building flat systems for large. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you all. I kind of want to pull you all together and have you talk about audiences, because I think in some parts you're all touching on a variety of different new audiences, right? Or crossing different audiences. So with Creighton, you know, the academic audience into a kind of broader audience, and also the presumed male audience. Also, I just wanted to pull out, if you could talk about the comment about Michael Creighton and his partner was the caption on that magazine article. It was just like, yes, further perpetuating his audience. But also kind of on either end, also about just reimagining who these audiences are outside of the academy, or you know, the self-publishing elements. Anyway, just riff.
Well, I mean, I could say part of what drew me to Creighton as a subject is partially the fact that he seems too popular to be taken seriously within the academy, and within, you know, the academy. I had a background in science communication, and I worked as a risk communication practitioner for a while, and I went into academia because I thought it would give me a certain kind of credibility, and then I kind of got like caught in its webs. So there's a real way in which I feel like I've had a certain kind of you know, luxury to spend the last, you know, decade thinking critically about science and expertise and infrastructure and institutions, and Creighton, to my mind, seems like an interesting figure that can allow me to do some, I don't know if it's, you know, code switching, or taking Creighton's own methods seriously, because one of the things I think is really underappreciated when I've mentioned to people I'm working on Michael Creighton, you know, that we were talking about this earlier, it's like, oh, he's such a bad writer, you know, or, oh, he's such a hack, or, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. I mean, and there are a lot of people say, well, actually, like, he's a really good writer if the kind of writing you're doing is mass market, you know, fiction. And so I started to think about, you know, what are the ways that I could write something that takes the ideas that I have been trained to think and talk to other people who are already thinking those ideas, and use some of Michael Creighton's tactics, you know, to think differently about audience. And it's something I'm actively trying to imagine right now. If anyone has some suggestions or thoughts, I would love to hear it. But what I really am especially fascinated with is the way that Creighton's fantasies are talked about. I have a research project right now where I'm going back through the last several decades of scientific and academic literature, looking to see where Creighton appears and how he appears. And the goal of that is not to publish a content analysis. It's like, look at how many anthropology journals cite Creighton, but to really kind of see the insidious nature of what it is he's doing, because he understood that so well. And he's been such a great student, or he was such a great student of history of science studies. And I think he deserves to be taken seriously, especially in our current moment. Like, we are living through the first reality TV administration, and if we want to understand how we got here, we would do well to look at someone who is a real master of the creation of alternative facts. So that's maybe gets towards what you're doing, but or what your question is, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Do you want to jump in? So, like, I was very conflicted in pitching this, because I took a load of work, which is trans women speaking to trans women, and I think it's useful for a futurist audience, but I spent a long time going, this isn't your work, this isn't work for you, and I think that, so my thoughts on audience are we need to be careful about making it too big, and we need to be careful about who we're stepping on in our interpretations, and I think we need to be careful in our funding models. Like, I can never get paid to talk about trans women to trans women. I can only get paid to talk about trans women to cis people, which is terrible and needs to change. Because you're all boring, sorry.
In fact, mine builds directly on this, because I mean, partly the part of my presentation around the facts alone will not save us presumes an us, and so partly where that section, that set of you know, reflections comes from is the idea of having to produce evidence for those who do not share your experience that need the evidence, right? If you're going through an experience, you don't need evidence of your experience. So the idea of audience, again, funding models, publication models, is that there's another that you have to convince and persuade. And so in some ways, part of the experiment that I'm working on is to sort of say, this is not for you, right? This is not to convince you. It's for us, and I have an idea of the us. This is for us in terms of imagining what we want, not trying to convince you of what is. That there's relevance and meaning and importance in that project, that idea of producing facts to convince others of a catastrophe that we're living through. But then also, in order for us to live through it, we need something else to sustain us, right? And so that's where the fictions come from. And so partly what I'm thinking about is, in some ways rejecting an audience you're not part of as the main sort of thing that's animating the work. There's a role for that, but I think that's not where we can pour all of our energies. We also have to we have to produce knowledge for ourselves in some ways, is what I'm saying. And part of that project, I think, involves thinking about how, the structural inequities, the cultural catastrophes, the disasters impact our relationships with each other, right? And so we were talking over at the table about, the role of narrative and just seeing different kinds of experiments. And one book in particular that we were talking about is Love in the Age of the Anthropocene. Is that what it's called? Love in the Anthropocene. These short stories that basically look at what happens to relationships after this extreme sort of climate change. So, and it's interesting, when you read the stories, it's like the relationship between a father and a daughter, the relationship between lovers, et cetera, et cetera. Again, thinking of scale, it's not to convince the big statistics, that whatever, as a means to convince people the catastrophe is coming, and that mode of evidence. It's actually to say, let's come right down and look at what happens to our itty-bitty relationships when you can't go fishing with your father, right? When you can't assume certain kinds of things in the environments are taken for granted, that has completely transformed what happens to our most intimate relationships. So it's actually about going to the smallest, the granular level, and not presenting it as a mode of evidence, saying this is what is likely to happen, right? And then staying with that, right? And so I think, in some ways, I think we have to carve out places and times to produce knowledge that is not about persuasion for an audience that's out there.
I'd like to add a couple of books to that which do the same thing. One is I'm with the Bears. It's from Verso. It's a collection of short stories about climate change. The other is the Nesta anthology, Infectious Futures. Is it Infectious Futures? Yeah. Okay. Tim's got stuff in it. It's great. And I think some other people here, maybe, I don't know. It's a really great anthology. I think it's free PDF. Yeah, cool. And Infect Your Friends and Loved Ones as well. It's exactly the same. It's mainly a book about abuse. I'm just taking out the other bits of it.
Okay, so we are a little bit behind time, so we'll just move things again. So first of all, thank you all for this lovely panel. And we Scenes on screens are always the most intimate part of a conference. So this is another title for a panel that works better if you say it like in the movie. So if, a new life awaits you in the off-world colonies, which was a kind of jokey title, but this is a bit of the broad closing out panel that looks at a few different things about I think trying to take world building in a more literal sense of things you use to build a world, whether that's narrative or architectural approaches or ambient approaches, as it were. And our first panelist, Deji, Bryce, Olukotun. I said it wrong, didn't I? Oh my God. Thanks. He's our first speaker, and I'm going to switch out for slides now.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. I can. Oh, it's right there. Or there's another piece too. Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, thank you. Okay, thanks Ingrid. It's really an honor to be here. I had the opportunity to come to Data and Society last year to give a presentation on something I'm going to talk about. But I didn't talk about science fiction and the fictional aspect of my work at the time. So this is a really great image, which I'll refer to a little bit later, from Maciej Rybisz, who's a Polish animator. He does amazing work. You can find his stuff on Tumblr, and he kind of does these beautiful imagined futures, very technical images of spaceships and space stations and sort of counterfactual science fiction. It's very interesting. So I'm an author. I wrote a book called Nigerians in Space, which is a novel, came out in 2014. And it's about, it's sort of a thriller about a Nigerian scientist who's lured, he works for NASA and is lured back to Nigeria to start a space program as long as he steals something from the lab that he works in, which is the Johnson Space Laboratory in the Lunar Geology Lab. So he has to steal a piece of the moon, and everything goes wrong. There's different other storylines, most of it's set in the US and South Africa and Nigeria. And this is the sequel right next to it. And I've got a review copy here, which it comes out in September, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Unfortunately, the copy, as soon as I put it in my bag, literally 1 minute later, I don't know if you remember, but on Wednesday morning, it was really pouring. So I got caught in that 10-minute, so it's a little waterlogged, but I'm gonna leave it for Data and Society to keep. These are other fiction collections that I've been a part of. Got some stuff coming out, which I'm pretty excited about. ASU has a great center, the Center for Science and Imagination. It's a really awesome lab in Arizona. I'm going to be in a collection there. Citizen Lab, which is a sort of research think tank in Toronto. And then a collection on dystopia. So I was definitely paying attention to the conversation earlier about dystopias. In terms of craft, some of you may recognize Johnny Five from Short Circuit. I really try to get readers to turn the page. So my long form fiction is pacey. My short form maybe is a little bit more experimental. So actually the Michael Crichton conversation that we had earlier, I was really paying attention. I'm actually a huge fan of Michael Crichton from the standpoint of craft. Not necessarily character, but craft. So I really try to put that in my stories, and I want you to return the page. I figure you're all busy, you've got a million things to look at. I try to put a lot of tension in the story. So as an activist, I work for Access Now. We actually have an office right down the street where we do digital rights. So those are sort of the policy buckets that we focus on: business and human rights, digital security, freedom of expression, net discrimination, which net neutrality, and privacy. And we have a free 24-hour digital security helpline So if you're a journalist or a user at risk, an activist, you can use that service for free. We have a 2-hour response time. And this is a story that came out of our work on the helpline where in Mexico, some activists who were fighting for a soda tax against big soda were targeted with spyware by, we don't know who targeted them, probably the government, but using Israeli spyware from a company called NSO Group. So together with Citizen Lab and other and Mexican civil society groups, we unearthed this story and still being resolved. There hasn't been an official investigation yet. One of my main focuses is on Keep It On, which is fighting government-ordered internet shutdowns, when governments intentionally disrupt the internet. And that's what I talked about at Data and Society about a year ago. These are just some examples. We've seen that it's increasing, and we built a campaign of about 130 organizations from 54 countries who are trying to fight this. It usually happens around elections, political protests. It's just part of the global shrinking civic space. There hasn't been a wide-scale one in the US, but as you heard from the conversation earlier about RoboCop, there are all kinds of technologies that are moving in that direction, so we're trying to be ready, whether it's in the US or in other countries. So my presentation is really called And Yet, and what I'm trying to tease out is the contradictions that I work with as an activist, but then also in my fiction, and what I'm trying to understand in the worlds that I'm building, but then also just the world we live in today, which is just full of contradictions. So this is these marbles were used in Gambia to vote this past November, December, and it's actually a method of voting that was introduced during British colonialism, Gambia, if you don't know, is sort of wedged in between, in Senegal. It's surrounded on all sides by Senegal in West Africa. It's a small little country, but it had had a dictator in power for 22 years. So they're voting with marbles, and yet the leader at the time saw that the results might not be going the way that he wanted, so he shut off the internet. He didn't just shut off the internet, he also shut off telecommunications more broadly, and people were completely cut off. So our campaign and Gambian activists, we really raised the profile, started pitching outlets like crazy. Hey, this crazy thing is happening, shut off the internet. I think there were a lot of factors at play, but I do think that work really raised the profile of what was happening in Gambia. Most people didn't really pay attention to that election or care. He was a dictator. He'd been there for 22 years. And he was forced out of the country. Again, you know, it's a complicated thing. The ECOWAS threatened to invade the country with military force, so I don't want to say that the internet played too much of a role, but it certainly helped with the narrative. It got people interested. It got heads of state paying attention and starting to pressure the government. That's him in the bottom in the plane, and I think he put a couple $1 million in his suitcase or whatever it was, but people were still happy that he left, even if I think he tried to take his Rolls Royce with him and put it in the plane. So, you know, people voting with marbles, and yet the internet can influence politics in this global scale. Remember the first image that I showed you by the Polish visual artist and designer? This is in Nigeria. So this happened after I wrote Nigerians in Space. I learned how, so I had sort of invented the Nigerian space program in my mind, you know, and put it on the page and put it into a book and set a plot around it. But it turned out that there actually was one. That was a little bit of the time when I started writing, so I started writing it in 2006. Of course, the internet was around then, but there wasn't as much knowledge about the different space programs as there is now. So this is from my visit to Abuja in Nigeria in 2014. And I met the lead engineer of the Nigerian space program, and it was fascinating because his story was so similar to the character that I completely made up in my book. And but of course it was actually stranger because, you know, at the time we had a nice conversation, and he And then like when I was leaving to go, he's kind of walking along with me. I was like, oh, I can kind of take it from here. The car's right there. And he's like, no, I'm a pastor. I need to go and preach to my flock. So again, the contradiction. Here's this working with high space technology, and then he's a pastor at a church. So Nigeria now has greater ambitions where they actually want to send an astronaut and not just satellites into space. And Nigeria is not alone. Ghana also has a space program. Ethiopia has a space program. India has a well-known and very successful space program. Malaysia has sent astronauts into space. It's an international thing. And I think it's a very interesting topic to explore in fiction because it's the high, sort of the most advanced technology we have, space technology. And it has to do with national ambition in politics and self-determination. So in After the Flare, this book here, that's very much what I go into. So it was actually very challenging to build the worlds in this book because I think our national and international consciousness about space technology and space has really increased. You have people like Neil deGrasse Tyson. You have, on television and Star Talk, you have Bill Nye the Science Guy. You have all of these really excellent stories about space, Kim Stanley Robinson, and so on and so forth. So I had to up my game and do a lot of research in the background to write the story. And then there's the fact that, you got blockchain, you got drones, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robots, additive technologies. There's just we have this amazing technology that many of you are working on in this room, so I don't need to tell you that. But it's challenging because here in Nigeria, there are still nomads. And in fact, outside the photo in Abuja of the sort of radio dishes, there were nomads just like this. And there was no contradiction. They coexisted sort of harmoniously. And these are men, but there it was like 10-year-old boys moving some goats along, and they move all over the country herding to their flocks. So, and just to show you the contradiction, this is actually from last night in New Haven. So there was a conference on African literature that I was at. So it kind of looks like, if it wasn't for the plastic crate and the guitar case in the background, you might think that it was 100 years old, but actually he was singing last night, and he's a griot, West African griot, storyteller, singer, who comes from a family of griots. So you have someone like this, and then you have satellites and space rockets, and that looks like an old picture, but in fact he had put his microphone inside the instrument, and people were filming him on Facebook Live, and if you go to my Twitter feed, you can hear the music. I'll give you my Twitter handle at the end. And so again, the contradiction. This is a short film which is pretty interesting, made by some Nigerian filmmakers in Nigeria. It's on YouTube, freely available. Just kind of like proof of concept that they could do the sci-fi, as kind of a pitch video. It's very short, but very interesting. And then there are other concept artists. This is a Brooklyn-based artist, imagining what some of the shanty towns might look like with African flavor in the future. So some of these images might seem a little bit strange, but this one probably doesn't seem that weird to you. You know probably what it is. I mean, it's a Star Wars AT-AT, and I think it's German. I don't know where that actually is. But the notion of high technology in more sort of lower technology spaces can seem ridiculous and absurd, but here, Star Wars like at a rest stop, that doesn't seem that strange. So just like, one of the challenges is trying to convince people that that kind of mode of storytelling can go together, and it's perfectly natural. So that's keep it on as the hashtag of the campaign that we use to fight internet shutdown. So that's my website. That's the organization, Access Now, that I work for. And if you want to follow me on Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jillian. Let me pull up your slides. Yep. Ah. Sorry? Control L. Oh, you might know better than I. Oh, it doesn't.
Enter full screen. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi guys. First of all, I want to thank Ingrid and everybody at Data and Society for inviting me to speak today. There have been a really great series of talks, and I hope to just continue the dialogue here. Now, before I launch into the title screen here, I just want to introduce myself a little bit, what I do. I'm an architect and an urban designer here in New York City, and I work mainly on large-scale infrastructure and transportation projects, as well as civic projects. And when I'm not in the office, I am also a gamer. And so when I say that, sometimes people get surprised, because maybe I don't fit the mold of what people might traditionally think as a gamer, and it still is a stigmatized, title. But to me, architecture and games make a lot of sense. In my teaching and my own practice, I like to encourage people to think beyond architecture as pure building and not only studying what's been done before, but also what could be. And one of the reasons why I wanted to become an architect in the first place was because of my love for the creative design for new potential environments. And I find that enormously in games as well. And as it turns out, games and architecture, they really have a lot in common. For one, we use the same software a lot of times to model and render our designs. And I think that both games and architecture can be wonderfully artistic expressions, but I think that they both go beyond art for just the sake of art. For example, architecture, its primary purpose is for the well-being, the health, safety, and welfare of human occupation. And it's really about being interacted with and experienced on a daily basis. And games, too, they demand input from the player. They really put people in the driver's seat, so to speak. And it's almost this ludocentric model of experiencing the world through play. So both architecture and games are works of art that one inhabits. Architecture, obviously, we're physically inhabiting it. Games, I would say, are more of a mental, physical hybrid of game space, what I like to call game space. And so with the uprise of augmented reality and virtual reality in both gaming and architectural applications, I think that we're on the precipice of change for how one experiences the physical world. And considering all this, games still don't really get the same intellectual attention as do films and literature. Certainly when I was in architecture school, we had the great sci-fi films on our syllabus, which was really exciting for me. And they do, clearly offer a glimpse into potential societies and the built environments, but I would argue that also games maybe do this just as well and maybe even better. Because the player himself or herself is drawn into the game world as a main character. And because of that, I really do believe that video games can be profound experiences that can give players a really great amount of insight into fictional worlds and potential futures. And so earlier this year, I created a podcast called Worlds of Game Space to explore video games as experiences of fictional architectures, to engage the past, present, and futures of design, and to delve into the myths, mysteries, and histories of our built environment. And also to speculate on potentials of new modes of interaction with the world. And before in other episodes, I've talked about themes such as the architecture of the National Forest Service to underwater utopias. And so what I'd like to do with the rest of this talk is kind of approach it as an abridged version of something that you might hear on the podcast. So to the point of this conference, futurism. One of the most profound futuristic experiences that I've had today was playing a game that was released earlier this year in February called Horizon Zero Dawn. It's an action RPG developed by Guerrilla Games and published as a first-party exclusive by Sony for the PlayStation 4. It's a really beautiful and highly culturally resonant game that depicts a post-apocalyptic fiction in a way that refreshes what I'd say might be a tired trope. Our protagonist and heroine, which is very rare in games, not unheard of, but rare, is a woman. Her name is Aloy. She's a redhead. And the story is about how she returns to a really racially diverse matriarchal tribe from which she was outcast as a baby to discover more about the circumstances of her birth. And yes, that's right, it is a society run by women. And she was raised by the hunter Rost, who is also another outcast, and she's worked really hard to know the world like the back of her hand from a very early age. And to me, this post-apocalyptic world is really not like any other, except maybe it does have kind of a slight Planet of the Apes vibe, the original, as opposed to some of the gritty, decaying urban wastelands that you might see in typical post-apocalyptic fictions. Horizon Zero Dawn, it features a vast and really green open world that's lush with vegetation and diverse scenes from many different climate types. And our post-humans, they're few and far between. They're clustered into what the game calls primitive tribes, but they're strong and they're smart. They retain use of the English language, as well as systems of trade, craft, and hunting, and as it turns out, the all-too-human folly of war. And of course, there's a twist. Wouldn't be a game otherwise. Otherwise serene scenes of nature are juxtaposed with curious metal machine creatures that are roaming the earth. Now, the game designers here, they made a stylistic choice to render these machines as, kind of a heavy metal but really sleek versus somewhat more of an alternative vision of like lightweight carbon fiber tech, or even the typical trope of becoming more and more human-like or android-like. And I imagine one of the reasons why that was because it looks really cool for a game. And as you can see here, Aloy is not like the others. It is revealed in the game that during her explorations as a child in one of the old bunkers that are forbidden, she found a piece of a little triangle thing that snaps onto her temple. And it's a wearable tech that gives her an overlay of information on the world and the metal creatures around her. We know it as a heads-up display of augmented reality. But to her, it's just a thing. It's a piece of her now that occasionally helps her beat creatures like these. So most of the machines are not harmful when you encounter them in the early stages of the game, but over time, they start to get corrupted, and they attack the tribes. And to me, the visualization of these machines in the game is by far one of my favorite parts. I'm going to try to play a quick video, if I can. Oh, it might not let me. Okay. But in any case, what you can kind of see here is that in the land, there are indications of this corrupt data that are significations in the physical world of something that's happening in technology. So there are these red and black tendrils that are thick and rope-like, and they surround the machine and also the landscape within it. And the game map, too, you can see on the right, is highlighted with this big red circle to indicate that it's a corrupt zone. So it's an effect that warns the player and renders the corrupt data as visible. And to me, I was thinking, wouldn't it be useful if you and I had a similar process to visualize data corruption in reality? I'm going to get to that a little bit more later in the talk. So what happened leading up to this? Well, when you start out in the game, you're dropped into this world without any context. And like Aloy, you have to explore the world to find traces that are embedded within the landscape. So for example, holograms and data points and metal ruins that are left in the world. And it makes me wonder, what traces will be left in our world for those that come after us? So what happened leading up to this apocalyptic event? Spoiler alert, in case any of you, don't want to be spoiled. Too late. I'll keep it vague though. Let's just say it's a classic story of how man creates machine, robot to serve man and then benefit the world, but loses control of the tech. The machines become sentient and overtake man and the earth. It's nothing short of the singularity. But this game is more nuanced than that might suggest. In the game lore, in 2033, a man named Ted Farai created a company that manufactured automated machines to act as servitors and bodyguards. When Dr. Elizabeth Sobek joined the team during the climate crisis of the 2040s, the company transitioned to manufacturing green robots, which largely helped the environmental decontamination and detoxification process. Then Farai got greedy, went in search of greater market wealth, and shifted focus on military technologies. And that's when things went awry. A swarm of Farai machines glitched one day, became self-aware, and started consuming biomass at an irreversible rate, which destroyed the Earth in 2066. And to quote the game, "The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Farai robots on it, hibernating, waiting for something to eat." So, very ominous. But if that's the case, it begs the question, could we recreate, rebuild our world without existing within it? I think one thing we as designers don't do often enough is confront our own end. And so that's the task that Project Zero Dawn set out to achieve. There was no last man on Earth scenario. The goal was not to preserve humanity throughout this destruction, but to recreate it. It entailed accepting their fate and putting provisions in place for the creation of the post-human through an artificial intelligence and fully automated terraforming system to reestablish human and organic life on Earth. So the destruction of all life on Earth was due to machines' consumption of biomass, yet it's ironic that the contingency plan was for nature to be born again from AI and machine, which is a really interesting feedback loop. Part of that would include remediating the land and the water of toxins so that the planet could become habitable again. And it would also include an archive of all existing knowledge, history, and culture on Earth in an archive named Apollo, aptly named, in an AI housed in a bunker. And it brings up the question today that I think a lot of us had been talking about yesterday and today as well. What are we preserving in archives, and what form do they take? For example, the internet can be archived as a snapshot in time, but where is it stored and for how long? Even a decentralized archive with copies for redundancy has its vulnerabilities. And as we've seen in both historical and recent events, the fate of the future can hinge on one person, which is exactly what happened in the game's history when Ted Farai purged Apollo for fear of the next round of humanity would end up recreating the Farai swarm and making the same mistakes. I'd argue with his logic, but here we are in reality, seemingly repeating history. Maybe ignorance is bliss after all. I mean, the archive typology, it's been a common plot point in many science fiction novels. There's A Fire Upon the Deep with Werner Vinge and Blind Sight by Peter Watts, and that really deserves a whole separate discussion. But it does call into question, I would say, the ethical implications of data access, open data, manipulating, saving, or erasing data, and who has control. Now, to step back into reality, Horizon Zero Dawn may seem a bit far-fetched when you look at it, but at the same time, parts of it are truly believable. I think that's, a common point in a lot of science fiction. Here we are, our world is becoming increasingly embedded and indistinguishable from sensors and actuators, monitoring data real time, 24/7, and responding accordingly. So from energy modeling to waste and water management, to smart parking and vehicle charging, traffic light cameras, traffic management systems, and security monitoring, the quote-unquote smart city is among us, though the term smart may be questionable. Regardless, the digital world is synonymous and an inextricable part of our physical world. Smart city vendors actually are companies such as Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, so yet another sector has vested interests. It's the commoditization and monetization of data. Though we'd like to think of big data as open, it may actually be a small percentage. Now, the cloud by now is a household term, and this is many people's conception of it. But the cloud is a lie. So as we know, data is visible, it's tangible, and its mechanisms for visualization are also quite physical. The data storage locations, for example, have real-world physical and spatial implications. So, for example, on the screen, the Facebook data centers, Google data centers, which house computers that give off a massive amount of heat and noise, and architecturally have to be designed for accordingly. But there's also the infrastructure of transmission, including the network of fiber optic cables that get buried below the sea, which in itself is a highly geopolitical act. And I'll plug Ingrid's fantastic book here on networks and rendering the seemingly invisible systems as visible. And of course, there's the exterior expression of the buildings that house the servers, such as one of my favorite buildings in New York, the former AT&T Long Lines building at 33 Thomas Street, which is shrouded in mystery, designed by Warnke and Associates, whose grand vision was to create a communication nerve center like a 20th century fortress, with spears and arrows replaced by protons and neutrons, laying quiet siege to an army of machines within. Now, doesn't that sound like the game that I just talked about? Anyway, it's also recently revealed to be a NSA surveillance hub, which just adds to its mysterious appeal. I don't know if that's true or not. Anyway. But I'd love to design one of these as an architect. And again, because they generate so much heat and use a lot of energy, more companies have been cognizant of designing with energy and the environment in mind. And so one of the recent Facebook data centers, the bottom right image, in Oregon achieved LEED Gold. Well, it is Oregon, after all. So sometimes these buildings can be hiding in plain sight. And the question, what is the appropriate architectural expression for a building that's built for machines? A lot of my work as an architect in infrastructure deals with that question. And I would say that as technology evolves, the built environment changes with it, and I would argue that the role of the architect must evolve as well. And so jumping back to the game, as in many post-apocalyptic fictions, Horizon Zero Dawn, it features a virus, the Pharaoh Plague, and then later the corruption. Where Horizon Zero Dawn diverges from typical post-apocalyptic scenarios, the virus here is not biological, but it's technological. It's a software virus. And I would say that the visualization of corrupt data is handled in Horizon Zero Dawn as a gameplay mechanism and a story progression tool. There's corruption arrows, corruption as a tool or strategy for fighting. The corruption in the game, as you saw before on the map, is contained to zones, but does it happen like this in real life? What's the containment envelope of corruption in our world? Is it like a virus? Does it spread? How does it translate from software, computer, digital to physical environmental realization? Does it translate? Will it translate? Well, Horizon Zero Dawn speculates that indeed it will. And recently, a lot of stuff in the news has been about this crash override malware that infected the Kiev transmission station last year, causing a blackout for about an hour. But again, that's just one of many ways that the digital can affect the performance of physical infrastructure. So we know that data visualization in itself is a well-established field in its own right and can be used as a tool, sometimes even manipulated to tell a certain story. But what is the visualization of real-world corrupt data? This is a great screenshot that I took in Google's image searching, just the words corrupt data. And actually, I found that there was a common theme here, like these CMYK, like horizontal striations. And then also the suggested searches below it are for corrupt game files, so that's also appropriate. So let's assume a future where the digital and physical world are inextricably merged. They're one and the same. Let's assume that data and world corruption will be used as a weapon, as a tool, a strategy, benevolent hacking versus malicious hacking. Might it look something like this, as in Horizon Zero Dawn, where corrupt data is visible to the naked eye as a default? Something like an electroluminescent safety net, as if your virus scanner was running all the time and kept alerting you to faulty infrastructure, computer viruses, even quote-unquote fake news. Now, the red and black theme here, it seems obviously sinister, but maybe obvious is what we need. How do we keep it from turning into a feedback loop of undermining or hacking the corrupt data indicators? I don't have the answers to any of these questions, but I do think that they're worth exploring. So to wrap this up, I want to say that Horizon Zero Dawn, if you guys haven't played it, is a really great, fun and well-made game. But maybe it's not just a game, and more instead a training simulation for a potential future. At least it gets us thinking. So that's what I'll leave you with today.
Thank you so much, Jillian. All right. Our final presentation for the day is Alex Huggins, and I'll let you take over from here. That's good.
So I would like to extend another round of thanks to Ingrid and everyone here at Data and Society for putting on this whole event. Yeah. And of course, all the amazing presenters we've had today, a lot of very thought-provoking discussions and ideas. So my work primarily is in the field of musicology. So the kind of music that I've been interested in studying is music as it intersects with technological and social systems. So hopefully today I can kind of be a voice or a representative for music and the role that it plays in imagining and modeling and realizing speculative futures. Let me start this presentation. So a couple ideas that I would like to put forward today. Number one, the idea that the history of electronic music, or specifically ambient music, is perhaps more directly aligned with the history of what I refer to as smart technologies, that is, technologies which utilize some form of automated data collection and algorithmic analysis for the purpose of environmental control, behavior regulation, and body modification or enhancement. That last category is, or I guess none of these categories are particularly new for music. Music has always been used as a kind of memory aid or as a way of sort of encouraging social communication or productivity or other kinds of social functions. And the second idea that I would put forward, or perhaps the question I'm asking, is what opportunities there are for imagining alternative spaces in relation to the design and use of music from roughly the period of time from the invention of magnetic tape up until the age that we are currently in, the age of the smartphone and music streaming services and other entertainment applications. In other words, attempting to pay some attention to music, and more broadly sound, as a medium which can tell us something about the spaces we live in today, both real and virtual, and perhaps give us some indication of where we might be headed. One of the interesting things that I found in researching music and its relation to technological history is that almost every advancement in online technology has been accompanied by or used for the promotion of some kind of form of distributing or creating or cataloging or other various ways of interacting with music. So first, I guess, I'm just curious, how many people here are maybe fans of ambient music or listen to ambient music? Okay, cool, a decent amount of people. This is kind of a presentation that's been adapted from a paper that I wrote, and so I don't want it to be too densely musical. But I thought I would maybe give an example, a quick example of a piece by Brian Eno called Discrete Music. This is one of Brian Eno's earliest ambient compositions. kind of get the gist of it. It's kind of hard to talk about ambient music without playing it, but one of the problems is that ambient music tends to be, on the order of 10 minutes or more. So trying to give a musical example is a little bit of a challenge, but hopefully you can get some of the idea of what we're dealing with. So from the perspective of music theorists, ambient music presents something of a challenge. How are we to account for our experience of a style of music in which quite intentionally nothing much really happens? Or also, how are we to account for the creation of a piece of ambient music, which is the result of a process or a sequence which attempts to remove as much as possible the influence or constraints of history, musical syntax, structure, and the ego, the identity of the person responsible for creating the music. So this image is a sketch, a visualization that was put together by a theorist named Eric Tam, who it's a diagram that shows the pitch content, and so in order from the lowest pitch up until the highest pitch, all of the notes that are involved in the sound in creating that sonority we just heard. So Eric Tam offers this characterization of ambient music using Brian Eno's ambient pieces specifically as a model. Quote, "The maintenance of a single pervasive atmosphere and the use of non-developmental forms, regular or irregularly repeating events or cycles of events, the use of modal pitch sets, and so on." Just to clarify some of those terms, a modal pitch set is a collection of pitches which is non-hierarchical, which is to say that no single pitch is given any precedence or importance or functionality over any other pitch. These are kind of like pitch sets which are symmetrical, tend not to emphasize or circle around a home key or a particular area. So one of the difficulties of writing seriously about ambient music is that critics or theorists must often account for the genre's sort of surface similarities to what we might refer to as New Age music. Is anybody familiar with kind of what I mean by New Age music? It's a kind of music that is maybe there's a sense of sort of pseudo-spirituality to it. It's bound up with a combination of Orientalism and a kind of shallow consumerism. This is Terry Eagleton quote, which I like, where he says, quote, "A protest against a spiritual bankruptcy with which it remains thoroughly complicit." Music theoretical approaches like Tam's here can account for the musical elements of a piece of music, so the pitch content, the literal pitches that you hear, and possibly even help us understand its sensory effects, how we hear it and what maybe causes sort of our response to it. But it frequently has this problem has difficulty resolving this problem of the foreground and the background, of demonstrating that a piece of music has some analytic or experiential value when it is designed to the extent that it has been consciously designed with the purpose of disappearing into the background of a space, into the ambience, and not being the focus of attention. And this was Eric Tam's description. Oops. So with those sort of music issues in mind, I would like to turn to some other materials which may allow for us to account for the function of ambient music from a slightly different angle. These images are taken from the liner notes of 2 recordings of ambient music released in the mid-1970s. The image on top is a graph that was found on a number of albums released by Muzak Incorporated in their Stimulus Progression series of albums. This was a series of sort of brief samples that they distributed, I guess, to potential customers, demonstrating both the kinds of music that they would allow their clients to sort of play throughout their environments, whether they were consumer environments like malls or business centers or these kind of thing. And also to push this idea of stimulus progression and stimulus value, which I'll get back to in a second. And the picture below is taken from the cover or the reverse of Brian Eno's record Discrete Music, which we just heard a piece from. So this image is describing sort of the signal path and the various objects involved in generating that piece of music. So before getting too much into the specifics of what these images actually represent, we can at least acknowledge that these images differ from the sketch that was given by Tam earlier, in that they signify that ambient music is an approach to music which is concerned primarily with the design of structures and mechanisms which generate music, rather than specifically the musical object itself. It's in this sense that Muzak and Eno's works differ from other forms of processed music or procedurally generated music, in that they regard music objects as elements within a system that is dedicated to larger outcomes. And so, well, before I get to that, so to return to this idea of stimulus progression, maybe I'll just play a little example of one of the pieces. Oops. So I think we kind of get the gist. I think most of us, even if we're not familiar with the actual music that Muzak incorporated and produced, we're at least familiar with the word Muzak as a general term. I know for me, before I had started looking into Muzak for me kind of represented or had the connotations of an imitation product, kind of like the equivalent of like a no-name brand or something that was designed both to sort of borrow or leech off of some externally existing value, or to literally just occupy space that would otherwise be empty. You know, you think of like the idea of elevator music or hold music. This is music that doesn't really accomplish much of anything. It's just sort of there while you're waiting for something else to happen. But the interesting thing is, if we look at the actual materials produced by Muzak, the company, in the promotional materials they distributed, they believed, or at least they put out the belief, that that their music could serve a somewhat loftier goal, and they had sort of greater ideas for the potential applications for their product. So to return to this idea of stimulus progression, what we see with Muzak is actually something quite unlike other forms of music which were exercises in stylistic imitation. This is an excerpt from the jacket of one of the stimulus progression albums. There are headings like a unique programming concept and specialists in physiological and psychological applications of music. The liner notes of the stimulus progression albums read more like documents of some kind of scientific experiment than simply just a collection of sort of throwaway covers of pop tunes. As you can see, the notes, they make reference to the work of scientists like Darwin, Binet, Salk, Benedict, and Thompson, in an attempt to position Muzak's work as standing alongside other research in the fields of physiology and psychology. So this idea of the stimulus progression, you can see this chart on the y-axis. We have sort of gradations of tempo, speed from the fastest down to the slowest, and then next to that is what they call rhythmic classifications. We think of this like a style, like the difference between a waltz tempo and a what they call Latin and society and these kinds of things. And then next to that is the texture, the instrumentation, the layers of instruments that are producing either a very big sound or a sort of smaller, more intimate sound, and the number of instruments, the performing forces involved. And that all of these values can be combined in different ways to achieve what they call a stimulus value. And then along the x-axis, they show the order in which these pieces with the very stimulus value are being sequenced, and the lines sort of correspond to potential different playlists using Muzak pieces and the kinds of, I guess you can't see at the bottom here, but if this thing would go away, you could see it says Muzak mood rating at the bottom there. So this idea that you can achieve, the trademark Muzak mood in your customers or in your customers' customers by sequencing music in a particular way in order to achieve a certain physiological or psychological effect. So Muzak it is proposed the ability to affect, quote, blood pressure, heartbeat, pulse, metabolism, and muscular energy, unquote. Once the stimulus value of a collection of songs has been determined, they can be deployed as instruments in a process called stimulus progression, which is to say the sequencing of music in order to achieve a desired response in a listener. So at several points in the notes, the stimulus progression technique is characterized as a form of programming. This word comes up again and again in the notes. Presumably in the sense of programming materials, like a radio program or a television program. We might also understand stimulus progression as programming as it is understood in the computer sciences. It represents a kind of crude machine code, the attempt to script human behaviors. Those stimulus progressions seemed particularly adapted to the workplace environment and the 8-hour workday. The notes indicate Muzak's intentions to apply the stimulus progression technique to environments in the fields of education, health, commerce, and industry. The society envisioned by Muzak would be, quote, happier, healthier, and more efficient, unquote, all powered by stimulus progression. Certainly in the years following the release of stimulus progression Muzak products, Muzak sort of built this reputation of being sort of irritating and also, by some accounts, Orwellian in the attempt to sort of humanize man-made environments, so we see in this quote here. So it also encouraged some responses, most notably from Brian Eno, who sort of in response to Muzak developed his concept of ambient music. This is it's kind of blurry, but this is something that Brian Eno wrote. It appears on in the liner notes for Music for Airports, which was released in 1978. Basically, Eno is saying that he believes an effective form of background music would account for the ways in which music acts and is acted upon by the, quote, acoustic and atmospheric idiosyncrasies, unquote, of the space in which it occurs. Rather than limiting his approach to a set of physiological responses to fluctuations in tempo and texture, Eno attempted to develop a music which addressed itself specifically to the parameters of a space, either real or imagined, in which a variety of physical and emotional behaviors or dispositions might be made available. So, with discrete music in 1975, this was Eno's first step towards developing his concept of ambient music, and this is something that would span the rest of his career as a project. The story goes that Brian Eno was in a car crash and confined to a hospital bed, and at the time he had been given a recording of 18th century harp music from a friend, in which he was able to put on, but unfortunately the stereo system that he was playing it on was faulty. The music could only play at a very low volume, and he could only hear it through one channel. The result for Eno, however, was a revelation that because of this sort of faulty technology, the music he found became, quote, part of the ambience of the environment, just as the color of light and the sound of rain, unquote. So this operational diagram below shows the system by which he produced the music on discrete music, the various objects. Essentially this is a kind of a tape delay setup. So music originates from a sound source and is filtered through various sort of modules of signal processing. It's recorded to tape, and then it's also played back offset by a few seconds. And then that combines to what you can see below, the combined monitor output, where you have essentially the idea is to build a system that self-generates music. It takes a static, unchanging recording, and by layering it against itself and changing cycles, it's able to create the impression of a constantly changing texture or melody. So Music for Airports was the follow-up to discrete music in 1978. I guess for the sake of time, I won't play an excerpt of it, but I'll just say that it used a similar method as discrete music. This time, however, other than synthesizers, he was also using recordings of live instruments. In part, says that Music for Airports was intended to be the sort of music that was compatible with a technologically informed outlook on humanity. The awareness that individuals are a small part in an impossibly complex network of organisms on Earth, insignificant in the context of the history and scope of the universe. Rather than coercing the individual to conform to a generic posture within society at large, Eno promotes a moral vision of a society that is permissive, if not explicitly nihilistic, and in which the insignificance is the basis for equality. No perspective is more valid than another, except that which says that all individuals are entitled to their own perspective. Eno's belief was that ambient music should contribute to the creation of what he called a total environment, a space which was, quote, poised between a club, a gallery, a church, a square, and a park, and sharing aspects of all these, unquote. What these spaces share in common is that they are fundamentally public spaces. Their characteristic differences lie in the dispositions, postures, movements, and interactions of bodies they enable, and the degree of mental attention they control. If we think about a club, for example, the open space of a dance floor in combination with the sounds of music being played are responsible for the organization of bodies and permit particular actions between them. Contrast this space, for example, to a space like a church, in which the physical movement and contact is restricted not only by the positioning of objects within the space, but by the kind of music which is being played, designed to stimulate a particular kind of mental activity, looking inward, prayer, the opportunity to access altered states of mind. So it's a bit strange that for Eno, ambient music was intended to reflect an imagined space which enabled a variety of physical and mental dispositions which may at times contradict one another. This suggests that the vision of ambient music transcended the boundaries of a single physical structure and was meant to imagine or actively construct a kind of network or a virtual space in which these disparate physical spaces would be organized and contained. The significance of Music for Airports lies not in the music itself, but the fact that it is for airports. Space performs and evaluates the work. So it's perhaps no coincidence that the airport was the subject of Eno's first installment in his ambient series. The modern airport hub can be viewed as an intermediate stage, a structure somewhere between real and virtual space. it more closely resembles a constructed, self-contained, and technologically regulated metropolis, rather than a singularly functional building. Airports are a point of convergence for virtually all sectors of society: private individuals, businesses, transportation of goods, political or military operations. Due to ever-increasing security concerns and the complexities of mass air travel, airports must also be places of rest, places of providing entertainment, food, comfort, or health services. Often acting as the gateway to a nation, airports take on a certain nationalist symbolic function, comparable to the function of pre-industrial castles or fortresses. This tangling of functionality necessitates the grand scope of the modern airport, a structure which cannot simply carry out the function of air travel, but must create a highly controlled yet adaptable environment for the diverse needs of individuals moving within it. We might reflect at this point that the album artwork does not actually depict an airport or the act of flight, but a map, a sort of not unspecific virtual projection of real material space. So just to quickly close, I wanted to talk about an article that was written by sound studies scholar Jonathan Stern in 1997 called "Sounds Like the Mall of America, Program Music and the Architectonics of Commercial Space." In this article, Stern theorized the function of ambient music, or as he referred to it, programmed music, in constructing and organizing space. While, as Eno might have argued, ambient music has the ability to make available a wide range of physical and physiological behaviors, Stern observes that ambient music also determines the limits of these behaviors. Stern writes, quote, "If all music is ethnic music, then the ethnicity of programmed music is capitalism," unquote. It is the insidious nature of programmed music that the choice to listen closely, to be aware of peripherally, or to ignore totally, what Eno might have seen as a kind of freedom that's enabled by ambient music, does not actually offer the opportunity for resistance at all to these kinds of spaces. The only means of resisting or disrupting these programmed environments is through noise, the introduction of noise, which is to say, as Stern writes, quote, "the voicing of differences," unquote, which can be realized also in, sort of performing restricted or prohibited behaviors in public spaces. From the vantage of 1997, Stern could not have commented on the role of smartphones or MP3 players and headphones as a way of opting out of these sort of commercialized ambient spaces. But to extrapolate from his argument, for these individuals who try to opt out of programmed environments through the use of smart devices, the sort of virtual walls are closing in not only on their material space, but on their virtual space. As music listening apps on smartphones track and observe the listening behaviors of users, regulating the kinds of sounds they're exposed to, as well as strengthening their associations with particular moods or the optimal performance of certain tasks, like, for example, think of a workout or study playlist. The total environment begins to encroach on that small, intimate space between the ears and the conscious mind. Thank you.
That was like, I'm gonna be honest, when I read your proposal, I was like, this is the weirdest thing we've gotten. And like, it was exactly as weird as I wanted it to be. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Oh, this is for us? All right. Sure. First, thank you all. So I was kind of curious what you think as musicologists or designers or people thinking about speculative worlds, about the role of mistakes, whether those are intentional decisions that turn out to have been mistakes. And Jillian can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the impetus for Horizon Zero Dawn is that they forget to build a workaround or a backdoor, or mistakes like Eno's strange experience in the hospital, the role of that in building environments, speculative or otherwise.
Yeah, I can speak as an architect and urban designer. We've made a lot of mistakes, and the goal is obviously to learn from them. But for example, urban revitalization projects or whatnot, like Pro Ego is a very common cited project that we're trying to house a lot of low-income residents and turning out just not well, and then being demolished and. Obviously trying to learn from those mistakes, but what seems good at the time may not necessarily be good, and that's the risk that you run in trying to create a utopia, because at its very nature, I don't think that it's achievable. But I think within architecture and design, as well as games, at least games themselves don't have as much of a physical implication, and we can test ideas more readily there, and we don't have as many of the same constraints. For example, we don't really have to worry about gravity, but I think that is a useful tool as a designer to test.
Yeah, I can speak. The genesis of this story after the flare, it involves a big sort of policy mistake, which is that there's a solar flare and the electronics aren't hardened against the particles that come in from the sun, from the coronal mass injection from the sun. So the US goes offline and Europe goes offline, and that's sort of the genesis of the plot. We know that most of our electronics today are not hardened against this, but it's like number 10 on the list. Nuclear war is before it. There's a lot of other emergencies, that hurricanes, that even in the U.S. the Department of Homeland Security needs to be worried about. So it's sort of a policy mistake, and the result is that everything shifts to places that are protected for one way or another. But within the story, there's also, if you're familiar with the concept of a 0 day, it's it's been in the headlines lately, especially with the ransomware that hit all the hospitals and facilities all over the world, that sort of backdoors that governments and private companies trade, so flaws in software. So that's a reality that we live with today. I put it in this story, and what we're it's a near future story, and we're already at the point where a lot of like DARPA is running experiments on self-repairing code. So if there's a vulnerability, that the code repairs itself and identifies it. So I have that mistake manifest itself in the form of a spider that is sort of a biomimicry, design device by the military to go around and infect different devices. So I think in fiction, mistakes play a huge role, and it's how plausible they are and how far you can stretch it.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you actually brought up the idea of mistakes, because the original version of this paper kind of went on to sort of address this issue of, if programmed music and environments have already sort of rooted themselves in such a way that it's difficult for us to sort of actively imagine, alternatives to this reality, then what hope is there for any of us to improve our state of being, or just to achieve some kind of like personal expression that isn't sort of predetermined for us. And one of those things, I think, is that the thing that gives us hope with systems and programmed ways of producing music is that systems can be hacked, or systems break down and malfunction, and those things allow us to sort of step outside for a moment of the system that we're sort of embedded in, and sort of realize our place and sort of the artificiality of it, and using those kind of hacks or sort of malfunctioning machinery, just like Brian Eno did. It's interesting that he kind of took it the way he did, because the other way of looking at it is like, by him sort of listening to this music incorrectly, he was able to sort of use that record as a way of creating something himself, creating this experience that was not intended to be done And I guess in a way he kind of did do that, but it's yeah, I think it's sort of the thing that gives us hope going forward. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to follow up on Deji's point as well, he brought up policy, and I think that speculative fiction and designers have a very important role, and I would argue that if it isn't happening already, they should have a role on policy boards and governmental factors in terms of, hey, architecture, urbanism, if we build something, it has the capacity to affect the lives of many, many people. And what speculative fiction is great as a tool to do is, we've been talking about projecting out, but it doesn't have those implications. We can kind of work something out mentally, whether or not it's exactly the right solution. At least it's a test bed. It's a case that, hey, it can maybe save lives down the road. It's late in the day.
That was, I might have done that on purpose. Okay, so I guess that that means this is a part where I'm supposed to wrap things up for the day, which is, how are people feeling? Tired? Chilled? Okay, good. Yeah?
I would love to know, first of all, I want to say one thing, which is that I bought my favorite pair of headphones at the Mall of America. So you can put that in your thesis. But also, yeah, would love to know what next steps are.
Oh, that's a great question,
What
because
are we
I
gonna
don't
do?
know what...
We're going to meet again?
So I know that a reading list is already being created, which Tiga, I think, tweeted, and I can certainly send out to attendees. And the program has most people's contact information, and if it doesn't have everyone's contact information, finding people is probably an option. And if you would like to be in touch with us as an institution, Audrey, who is our Director of Network Engagement, is a great person to talk to. She's kind of the person who knows everyone and everything, and that's why she's a national treasure. And I mean, in terms of like next things that will happen here, I'm not sure. I think given the amount of interest and enthusiasm for this topic and like for this event in particular, makes me think this is something that will continue to be a topic that will be worked on at the Institute. And it's really the fact that this first, like, I don't know, thank you all for being part of the first time of trying to see if this can be like a thing. Because it seems like it can. I think it can. I feel
Can I invite people to our conference?
Yes.
I forgot to mention that. We have a conference. It's in Toronto, May 2018. It's digital rights, it's technology, it's companies, it's activists, users at risk. You're all welcome, and I will share information. And we want to have something like this there, so that would be another
science fiction.
Yep.
Yes, good. Yeah, I feel kind of the one thing about the timing on this is that like the Allied Media Conference is happening at the same time as it's like, there's all the good other futures there too. But yeah, I guess I'm bad at closing remarks. So I guess I guess that's it. Yeah, thank you all.